Chapter 1107. After watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Mok returned to his residence. Kong Mok didn't raid Devil King Kong's lair. After all, he didn't know much about Devil King Kong's methods. If there were any triggered restrictions in this valley, Devil King Kong would be alerted. Back at the Thousand Buddha Hall, Kong Mok looked at his officials. I will be in seclusion for a while. During this time, Feng Shao will be in charge of everything. Kong Mok said. Yes. The officials obeyed. Kong Mok went into seclusion. Feng Shao's eyes flashed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In Feng Shao's residence. My lord, you are the regent now. What should we do? A subordinate smiled. Replace all the important positions in the remaining 2,000 cities with our people. Replace all the trusted aides of Kong Mok and Zhao Xianji. Feng Shao said. Yes. Demon King Kong charged towards the East Divine Continent in a fit of rage. Not only for Kong Mok, but also for Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong had never thought that Kong Daoqiu would betray him. He had left with the entire Kong family. How could the descendants of the Kong family ignore him? Although Demon King Kong was injured, he still rushed out of his cave residence. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's speed was extremely terrifying. In just 2 days, Demon King Kong arrived in the sky above Yanjin. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's figure stopped, and a gust of wind blew past, causing the surrounding sand to fly into the air and billowing filthy chi. Array, rise! A voice suddenly sounded in Yanjin. Then, a huge array suddenly appeared around Yanjin, blocking the storm. Demon King Kong stood in the sky and looked at Yanjin coldly. A large number of officials quickly gathered in the Chaotian Hall. Yi Feng, Bai Ditian, and the others looked at a man in a green robe outside Yanjin. The man's face was fair, but there were a few cracks on his face. The man's fingernails were very sharp, like 10 awls, and were slightly curved. He looked at Yanjin coldly. Soon, Demon King Kong saw Kong Daoqiu and a few other deities of the Kong family in front of the Chaotian Hall. Apart from Kong Daoqiu's calm expression, the other immortals all looked somewhat terrified. Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Greetings, ancestor. Kong Daoqiu said with a smile. Seeing Kong Daoqiu's smile, Demon King Kong's face darkened. When did you start colluding with Yan Chuan? Demon King Kong asked coldly. Kong Daoqiu smiled and said, don't you know? I exposed Kong Mok's collusion with the Lotus Goddess, but you didn't believe me. Instead, you listened to Kong Mok's slander and even cultivated spies around me? Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. As they spoke, a few Kong clan disciples quickly brought 4 men with disheveled hair over. As soon as the 4 men appeared in the heaven-facing palace square, they immediately saw Demon King Kong. Ancestor, save me! Ancestor, save me! The 4 men with disheveled hair begged for help. Demon King Kong's face darkened. My disciples, my attendants, my trusted aides. Ancestor, you really put in a lot of effort for me. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said with pain. Let me ask you, when did you collude with Yan Chuan? Demon King Kong asked coldly again. Kong Daoqiu sneered and looked at the 4 men with disheveled hair and said, leave. Ah. The 4 were shocked. No matter what, you were once Kong clan disciples. I am the Kong clan head. From the moment you chose to betray me, you were expelled from the Kong clan. For the sake of the bloodline connection, go to Demon King Kong. Scram! Kong Daoqiu roared. Okay, yes. The 4 fled in panic. You 4 trash. Demon King Kong coldly looked at the 4 fleeing men. Ancestor, we have been watching Kong Daoqiu. He has never left our sight. That's impossible. Even when he went to the divine sect sacred ground, we followed him the entire time. Kong Daoqiu and Yan Chuan did not form an alliance. The four men with disheveled hair said. Kong Daoqiu smiled and shook his head. There is. It's just that the four of you are too trash. Do you still remember? Universe in the palm. Immediately, everyone reacted. Last time, great immortal Gong Yang Taolu attacked the divine sect sacred ground. After Kong Daoqiu and Yan Chuan helped the divine sect sacred ground, the two fought. Yan Chuan used the universe in the palm to suck Kong Daoqiu into his palm. At that time, Li Si also entered. No one knew what happened after being in the palm for a period of time. Was it at that time? Was it at that time? The four exclaimed. Slap! 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 Demon King Kong slapped the four of them at the same time. They covered their faces, not daring to say anything. Turning his head, Demon King Kong coldly looked at Kong Daoqiu. Are you going to lead your entire family to go against me? Demon King Kong said coldly. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said, I overestimated you. I've always said that Kong Mok is cold-blooded and will bring the Kong family to eternal damnation. Actually, you're not much different from Kong Mok. You're even willing to sacrifice all the members of the Kong family for Kong Mok. Humph, what do you know? I'm waiting for Kong Mok to become a Tao god. The family once calculated that a Tao god would be born among the Kong family members. The Kong family needs a Tao god. Only a Tao god can activate the Heavenly Inquisition token. Demon King Kong said coldly. Heavenly Inquisition token. The Heavenly Inquisition token again. Susu was killed by the Heavenly Inquisition token. Kong Daoqiu shouted coldly. As long as the Heavenly Inquisition token can be activated, all the sacrifices are worth it. Demon King Kong said coldly. The two respected members of the Kong family looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. At the same time, in the south of Yanjing. In a valley, a member of the Kong family was hiding. Kong Outyen. Kong Outyen hid in the mountain and watched the situation in front of him. A Tao god? Demon King Kong is waiting for me to be born. Why? Kong Outyen frowned. Kong Outyen did not come out to meet him. Clearly, there were many things that he could not control. Kong Outyen waited patiently. At the same time, he looked around the palace. Where's ZZ? As long as I get ZZ, I will leave this world immediately. Kong Outyen took a deep breath and clenched his fists. ZZ. ZZ was in Xianyang Palace, waiting for Yan Chuan to wake up. Soul, come back. Feng Yinyang shouted. Yan Chuan's soul quickly returned from the immortal realm. In the outside world. Demon King Kong looked coldly at the square of Skyward Palace. Since you have all chosen to betray me, then you will be buried with Yan Chuan. Demon King Kong said coldly. Ha ha ha, I told you. Kong Mok has brought disaster to the entire Kong family. Now, even you, the ancestor of the Kong family, have become his free henchman. Kong Daoqiu said coldly. Humph. Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He reached out and slammed his palm toward the entire Yanjin. Thousands of energy palms suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each of them carried the full power of a sky immortal as they bombarded the grand array of Yanjin. Along with these thousands of energy palms was Demon King Kong's main palm strike. It carried the power of heaven and earth as it charged toward Yanjin. Rumble. That earth-shattering aura made Kong Outyen's heart turn cold. Old man, you're really powerful. Kong Outyen said in shock. That palm seemed to be able to destroy the entire Yanjin. At the entrance of Skyward Palace. Bai Ditian's expression changed as he stepped forward. Heavenly Tiger Divine Slaughter. Bai Ditian shouted. Endless murderous aura suddenly appeared around Bai Ditian, and it instantly covered the entire Yanjin. Bai Ditian slammed his palm into the sky. A huge tiger's palm appeared in the sky and faced Demon King Kong's main palm. Boom! The two huge palms collided in the sky. Walala! The space around them tremored violently, as if the space itself was trembling from the force of the two giant palms. Thousands of energy palms struck the grand array of Yanjin. The grand array of Yanjin was formed by Feng Yin Yang using tens of thousands of earth dragon veins. It was extremely sturdy. Rumble. Roar. 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 Dragon roars and cries suddenly came from all directions of Yanjin. Boom. The ground around Yanjin exploded. Outside Yanjin, within 10,000 miles, the ground exploded. Gravel shot into the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Even where Kong Outyen was, it was instantly destroyed, forcing Kong Outyen to retreat. Boom! The collision of palms ended. A large number of cracks appeared on the ground under Bai Ditian's feet. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ditian was powerful now, but he was still far weaker than Demon King Kong. His right arm seemed to have been fractured by this palm strike, and it drooped down slightly. As for the grand array of Yanjin, half of it had been destroyed, and only a thin layer was left. Yanjin was in a desperate situation. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong coughed slightly. Yanjing is indeed extraordinary to be able to take one of my palms. However, can they take the second one? Demon King Kong asked coldly. That's right. Yanjin was dead silent. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a door breaking was heard. Demon King Kong looked over. He saw the door of a palace suddenly open. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the main hall. The footsteps were not heavy, but they felt like they were knocking on one's soul. It was as if every step was stepping on one's heart. Demon King Kong's eyes narrowed as he stared at them. Following the sound of footsteps, a foot slowly stepped out. A figure in a black dragon robe slowly stepped out of the palace. The person who came out was Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan was wearing a crown and the Black Dragon Emperor's robe as he slowly walked out of the Xianyang Palace. After walking out of the Xianyang Palace, he looked at the sand and rocks around Yanjin. Then, Yen Chuan turned his head and looked at Demon King Kong, who was in the sky to the west. When Yen Chuan looked over, there was a ferocious look on his face. His gaze seemed to have transcended the past and present. Domineering and invincible. Demon King Kong's face darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect Yen Chuan to have such a ferocious look in his eyes. However, Demon King Kong was experienced and knowledgeable, so he didn't lose. He looked over coldly. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a monstrous murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 1108. Yen Chuan vs. Demon King Kong. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a murderous aura filled the air. Greetings, Your Majesty. The official of Great Zhen said excitedly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Voices came from all over Yanjing. Yen Chuan was not only the ruler of a country, but also the spiritual leader of the country. The countless worries from before disappeared when they saw Yen Chuan come out. This was also where Yen Chuan's personal charm lay. As long as I'm here, the sky will never fall. Behind him, in Xianyang Palace, ZZ carried Miao and slowly stepped out with Feng Yin Yang. They followed behind Yen Chuan. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes in the sky. Yen Chuan's piercing gaze caused Demon King Kong's heart to sink slightly. Suddenly, Demon King Kong remembered what Kong Daoqiu said in the past. A rare commodity worth hoarding. Is this what it means to hoard a rare commodity? But I don't want an emperor to support the Kong family. I just want an emperor to break the shackles of his fate and become a new Dao god. Demon King Kong's eyes turned cold. Yan Chuan. Demon King Kong shouted coldly. Demon Lord of 10,000 Palms, Demon King Kong. Yan Chuan said coldly. The great Jin Celestial Empire is indeed extraordinary, but the time is too short. You can stop me once, but let's see how you can stop me a second time. Demon Lord of 10,000 Palms. Ha, since you know, then feel my palms. Demon King Kong said coldly. As he spoke, Demon King Kong struck out again. Last time, the earth within 10,000 miles of Yanjin exploded after the palm strike. Just like before, Demon King Kong slammed his palm with the power that could pierce through Yanjing. In the void, thousands of golden palms rushed toward Yanjing like a meteor shower. As for the main palm, it was scarlet red in color. Under the palm, the void shook slightly. Demon King Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he sent a palm strike towards Yan Chuan like a storm. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the palm that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. He stomped his foot and stretched out his right hand, sending a palm toward the sky. Starlight suddenly flickered on his right palm. In an instant, countless stars appeared on his palm. As Yan Chuan pushed out his palm, countless stars flew out of his hand and turned into planets, covering the sky above Yanjin. Rumble. The countless planets charged towards the thousands of golden palms. Instantly, the countless golden palms were drowned in the stars. The astral palm formed by Yan Chuan's right palm collided with the scarlet astral palm formed by Demon King Kong. Boom! The two astral palms collided with a loud bang, and an explosion resounded through the 9 heavens. All the clouds in the sky within a radius of 100,000 miles were instantly dispersed. The manifested palm did not disappear. Instead, it remained in a stalemate in midair. Demon King Kong revealed a look of shock. His palm strike had been blocked by Yan Chuan. He caught it in his hand. In the distance, Kong Outyen also said in shock, "Freak! How can a mortal be so powerful? Explode!" Yan Chuan widened his eyes. Boom! The two astral palms exploded with a loud bang. The astral palms exploded, and the surrounding stars and golden palms also exploded with a loud bang. Demon King Kong's powerful palm strike was blocked by Yan Chuan with a single palm strike. Demon King Kong stared blankly at the scene with a face full of disbelief. Even if he was seriously injured, how could he not be able to kill a mortal? Yan Chuan did not wait for Demon King Kong. Instead, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "People of Dezhen, listen up. I, Yan Chuan, need your power. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. I will rule the world." Roar! The cloud of providence in Dezhen suddenly let out a deafening roar. Yan Chuan's statue suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. It let out a long roar and spread Yan Chuan's voice to all corners of Dezhen. In a city, in a tea house. It's His Majesty's voice. His Majesty is going to borrow power again. Why is he borrowing power? Is he going to rule the world? His Majesty wants to rule the world. To the surprise of the people, countless people raised their right hands, and a wave of power quickly gathered in Yanjing. The cloud of providence in Dezhen also began to churn. Countless streams of light could be seen shooting over from all directions. This was the power that came from all over the world. It was a boundless power. The people of the 4 divine continents all raised their hands and gathered the power of the world around Yan Chuan. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared and swooped down toward Yan Chuan with all the power in the surroundings. It instantly merged with Yan Chuan. You're just a mortal. You can't withstand so much power. Demon King Kong's expression changed. The power of the 4 divine continents had indeed exceeded the limits of a mortal, but Yan Chuan's current cultivation level could not be measured by the standards of a mortal. Rumble. Yan Chuan suppressed the explosion of his body and maintained his original appearance. Just the energy overflowing from his body made Yan Chuan's surroundings look extremely blurry. Whoosh! Yan Chuan stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Demon King Kong. Demon King Kong. Yan Chuan said coldly. Demon King Kong's expression darkened. Looking at the distorted space around Yan Chuan, his expression gradually turned ugly. The strength of a late-stage great immortal. How did you do it? You're still immortal. Demon King Kong said in surprise. Seeing that we share the same bloodline, I'll spare you this time. Get lost to the immortal world. Yan Chuan glared at him. Bastard, how dare you speak to me like that? Demon King Kong's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and threw a punch at Yan Chuan. Although Demon King Kong was seriously injured, his strength was still at the late-stage great immortal realm. Naturally, he was unwilling to admit defeat. He punched out, and the fist pressed out like a storm toward Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's expression turned cold. He stretched out his right palm. Boom! Yan Chuan's palm caught Demon King Kong's fist. The two fists and palms met in the air. Yan Chuan's face showed a trace of malevolence, and he twisted his right hand. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and Demon King Kong's right arm seemed to have been broken. He immediately twisted toward the outside. Bang! Demon King Kong flew backward, looking at Yan Chuan in horror. His right arm was broken. Yan Chuan twisted it. As if this was a great insult, Demon King Kong's face, which was full of cracks, immediately flushed red. Crack! With a twist, he managed to twist his broken right arm back. I don't believe it. A tiger will be bullied by a dog? You're not even a dog. Open another layer of the seal. Demon King Kong shouted angrily. Crack! 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 More cracks appeared on Demon King Kong's face. The original 4 or 5 cracks became 14 or 15 in the blink of an eye. This power is used to seal your injuries, right? You're using it to fight me? Are you overdrawing on your own injuries? Ha, a battle where both sides are injured? Very well, I'll see how ruthless the all-powerful Demon King Kong can be to himself. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom! The two ferocious men clashed once more. High up in the sky, gales raged around the two of them, sweeping up countless rocks and sand from the ground. Rumble. The sky was hazy, and one could vaguely see waves of black and green light rushing out from within. The two experts fought in the storm. The loud sounds of battle seemed to spread throughout the entire East Divine Continent in an instant. Boom! 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 The entire East Divine Continent trembled as the common folk stopped what they were doing to feel the ferocious might of the attack. In Yanjin, the people were staring at the sky. The officials clenched their fists with anticipation. ZZ was also looking at the sky with Miao in her arms. At the same time, in a sandstorm in the south of Yanjin, Kong Outyen looked at the sky and gasped. Yan Chuan is so powerful. No, if Yan Chuan wins, I'll never get ZZ from him. I'll take this opportunity to get ZZ. Once I get her, I'll go to the celestial realm. Once I get her, I'll leave. Kong Outyen said with a hint of madness in his eyes. Whoosh! Kong Outyen immediately rushed toward Yanjin. In the distance, Feng Yinyang suddenly felt the activation of the array and looked over with a gloomy face. Bastard, activate the array! Feng Yinyang shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, dozens of formations appeared in the void and blocked Kong Outyen. Break! Kong Outyen struck with his palm. Whoosh! The array was broken. However, this sound had also awakened many overlords in Yanjin. How dare you! Hundreds of guards shouted and rushed toward Kong Outyen. Freeze! Kong Outyen pointed his finger. Buzz! The hundreds of guards froze in the sky. Oh no! Yi Feng's face changed. Kill! Bai Ditian and the other overlords in Yanjin immediately attacked Kong Outyen. In a blink, tens of thousands of blade auras shot toward Kong Outyen. Haha, the heavenly Tao has gathered, and the heavenly Tao is mine alone. Yanjing, seal it! Kong Outyen shouted. Boom! The entire Yanjin seemed to have been covered by a giant transparent pillar. The pillar was connected to the sky and went straight to the 9 heavens and hell. The pillar was so thick that it covered the entire Yanjin. A tremendous aura burst out from it. It was as if the heavenly might had descended. Countless people immediately felt the urge to kneel down in fear. The heavenly path. An invisible heavenly Tao was manifested by Kong Outyen in a tangible form. The way of the heavens shrouded the entire Yanjin. Everything was immediately confined. The people of Yanjin, the overlords, and Bai Ditian all froze. The immense might of the heavenly Tao caused Yan Chuan and Demon King Kong, who were fighting in the sky, to pause for a moment. Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. A Tao god? A Tao god? Demon King Kong's face changed. Kong Outyen had sealed the entire Yanjin, but he didn't rush forward. Instead, he turned to the sky and shouted, Ancestral Patriarch, I'm a member of the Kong family. Kong Outyen, help me stop Yan Chuan. Wait for me to catch someone in Yanjin. A member of the Kong family? Kong Outyen. You're a Tao god. Not Kong Mok. Not Kong Mok. Demon King Kong's face changed. After that, Kong Outyen charged toward Yanjing. Stop right there! Yan Chuan suddenly shouted and grabbed at Kong Outyen in the distance. Boom! Demon King Kong blocked Yan Chuan with a punch. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, I'm here. Don't even think about leaving. Demon King Kong shouted. You're courting death, Demon King Kong. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Boom! The two experts once again ferociously charged at each other. At this moment, the entire Yanjin was sealed. Everyone was afraid to move, but there was one person who could move. No, to be precise, there was a cat who could move. In ZZ's arms, Meow Meow looked around at the people who had been frozen in place, but it was not affected at all. Meow! ZZ, Feng Yinyang. Don't freeze. Meow shouted anxiously. A strange scene appeared. After the meowing, a strange sound appeared. ZZ and Feng Yinyang suddenly trembled. They could move. He could really move now. Kong Outyen, who was flying from afar, suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Fuck. Chapter 1109. Kong Outyen had locked down the entire Yanjin with the power of heavenly laws. He pounced towards ZZ. However, as the cat meowed, ZZ and Feng Yinyang were suddenly able to move. Another change. Kong Outyen suddenly had the urge to curse. However, there was no time to stop. Kong Outyen pounced towards ZZ at an even faster speed. Reincarnation pool. Feng Yinyang yelled. Buzz! The ground beneath Feng Yinyang's feet suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the ground turned into a pool that was 100 feet wide. Feng Yinyang, ZZ, and Meow all stood at the center of the reincarnation pool. Kong Outyen pounced toward the reincarnation pool and his face suddenly changed color. Ghost Valley Reincarnation Art. Feng Yinyang yelled. Boom! The reincarnation pool that had been calm suddenly turned into two huge waves that rushed toward Kong Outyen. Buzz! Kong Outyen was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Crack, crack, crack. Feng Yinyang's body trembled. Impossible. I am a newborn Tao god. No power in this world can trap me. Kong Outyen yelled. His power of heavenly laws seemed to have lost its effect above the reincarnation pool. How could Feng Yinyang know such a strange art? Queen, I can only restrain him for a while. Please do it. Feng Yinyang said. Do it. I am immortal. No one can kill me. Kong Outyen was still very proud even though he was trapped. He had been cut into a few hundred pieces by the fire crow gourd when he was at the immortal state. Kong Outyen didn't believe that ZZ could hurt him. ZZ seemed to have guessed it, so she didn't attack. Instead, she waved her hand and a transparent book appeared in front of her. The book was transparent as if it was formed by energy. The words, Book of Life and Death, were written on the book. It opened the Book of Life and Death. ZZ stared at Kong Outyen and yelled. Kong Outyen, Yu Yanjing, dies. As he spoke, a line of words appeared on the Book of Life and Death. Kong Outyen died in Yanjing. Boom. It was as if there was a huge force acting on Kong Outyen's body. Ka 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 ka. Kong Outyen's face suddenly cracked like Demon King Kong's. No, that's impossible. It's used on birth charts. What kind of magic is this? Kong Outyen exclaimed. Heavenly Tao, help me. Kong Outyen cried out in shock. Buzz. Suddenly, a large amount of green light appeared above the heavenly path and rushed toward Kong Outyen, quickly mending the cracks on his face. ZZ frowned. Tao God. Could a Tao God defy this curse? High up in the air, Demon King Kong, who was blocking Yan Chuan, suddenly discovered that Kong Outyen had been suppressed, and his expression changed. How can this be? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Demon King Kong pounced downwards. Who? Yan Chuan suddenly blocked Demon King Kong. It's your turn now. Do you think you can leave? Yan Chuan said coldly. Get out of my way. Demon King Kong roared. As he spoke, Demon King Kong once again struck at Yan Chuan with his palm. The palm carried a destructive aura, causing the void to tremble. Don't use the same move twice against me. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. This time, he reached out with his left palm and grabbed Kong Mok's right arm. Then, he grabbed it with his right hand and pulled. Rip! With a deafening sound, Demon King Kong's palm energy shattered, while Yan Chuan's right palm energy tore Demon King Kong's right arm off. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere as Yan Chuan savagely tore off Demon King Kong's right arm. Roar! Demon King Kong let out a painful roar. Break! Boom! Demon King Kong's right arm that Yan Chuan tore off exploded into a bloody mist. Yan Chuan! Demon King Kong roared in pain. He reached out and grabbed the bloody mist in the air. I gave you a chance. Yan Chuan said coldly. Meanwhile, below them, ZZ's face darkened when she saw that Kong Outyen was recovering. The Book of Life and Death is divided into 6 paths. The Path of Animal, Kong Outyen. ZZ flipped to another page of the Book of Life and Death. Buzz! A suction force suddenly appeared on the Book of Life and Death and sucked at the reincarnation pool below. Huh! Feng Yinyang was slightly taken aback. Not only Feng Yinyang, but ZZ was also slightly taken aback. The Book of Life and Death could borrow power from the reincarnation pool. What power? An inexplicable force was sucked from the reincarnation pool and was pushed by ZZ toward Kong Outyen. Boom! Kong Outyen was instantly hit by this inexplicable force, and his body suddenly distorted. Ah! Kong Outyen screamed in pain. Gradually, Kong Outyen's body shrank, and hair grew all over his body. Ah, how did this happen? Heaven's path, help me! Kong Outyen screamed. However, the Heaven's path could not do anything about this change. Kong Outyen's body was rapidly changing. Meow, who was on ZZ's shoulder, also widened her eyes. Gorilla. Meow, Kong Out Yen turned into a gorilla. Gorilla. Meow. Meow screamed. Meow was not the only one. Feng Yinyang and ZZ also looked at Kong Out Yen in front of them. Had he turned into a gorilla? Roar. The gorilla screamed, and Kong Out Yen was inexplicably terrified. Change back, change back. Kong Out Yen screamed. However, Kong Out Yen could not change back. Buzz. The book of life and death in front of ZZ disappeared. ZZ looked at her masterpiece in shock. Only demonic beasts could transform into humans. How could humans transform into demonic beasts? Kong Out Yen was so anxious that he was about to cry. He had turned into a gorilla. Oh my God. In the sky, Demon King Kong lost an arm. This was not a big deal. After all, as long as he had time, he could grow another arm with his strength. However, the next scene completely shocked Kong Out Yen. No, if this continues, all my efforts will be for naught. The Kong family's mission will also be for naught. Demon King Kong's face changed. Unseal, again. Demon King Kong roared. Boom. The void around Demon King Kong suddenly shook, and a terrifying power erupted. The cracks on Demon King Kong's face rapidly increased, and in the blink of an eye, they looked like a spider web. Roar. Demon King Kong's power increased sharply, and he struck a palm at Yen Chuan. This time, the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The vast power swept over, and even Yen Chuan could not withstand it. Yen Chuan's face darkened, and he reached out his hand to take out the sky-burying coffin. World-suppressing. Yen Chuan roared. With his current strength, he activated the sky-burying coffin, and its power was shocking. Even though Demon King Kong's power erupted again, it was completely blocked. Boom. The two forces collided. Rumble. The entire East Divine Continent was filled with violent rumbling sounds. Pfft. Demon King Kong was shaken by the sky-burying coffin, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sky-burying coffin was too powerful. Demon King Kong did not continue to block it. Instead, he used his back to support the sky-burying coffin, and his remaining left hand reached out to grab Kong Out Yen. Pfft. Demon King Kong spat out blood under the sky-burying coffin. In the end, his battle with Yen Chuan ended in defeat. Buzz. Demon King Kong retracted the sky-burying coffin, and he grabbed the gorilla and fled to the west. Yen Chuan, I will come again. I will return the shame of today. Demon King Kong roared unwillingly. How can a defeated general speak of bravery? Humph. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you forever. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. Yen Chuan could see that Demon King Kong was at the end of his rope. He would not be able to maintain this state for long, and because he had mobilized the power of the entire world, he could only maintain this power near Yen Jin, so he was not in a hurry to chase after him. Kong Daoqiu, you dare to betray me. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Kong family. Demon King Kong's voice still came from afar. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Kong Daoqiu's face was gloomy. The Kong family doesn't care about our lives, so I naturally have no attachment to them. I don't care. I will take my mother's surname. From today onwards, I will be called Lu Buwei to show my determination. Kong Daoqiu's voice came from afar. Bastard. Demon King Kong left one last voice and disappeared from Yen Chuan's sight. Yen Chuan turned to look at Kong Daoqiu. Lu Buwei. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. He was slightly surprised. Greetings, Your Majesty. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. He immediately understood Kong Daoqiu's intention. Kong Daoqiu was not only angry, but also for himself. Kong Daoqiu wanted to cut off all ties with Yan Chuan in the past. It was not convenient for him to continue using the identity of Kong Daoqiu. After all, in terms of bloodline, he was still Yan Chuan's grandfather. If he did that, it would be difficult for Yan Chuan to deal with him. But now, he was using Lu Buwei to shut the mouth of the world. Yan Chuan nodded. The crisis in Yanjin was immediately resolved. Long live His Majesty! The people of Yanjin immediately cheered. Their excitement was indescribable. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! The entire Yanjin was cheering. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "My people, I just said that I'm going to use the power of the people in the world to unify the world. But I haven't unified the world yet." Huh? The people of Yanjin were stunned. Yan Chuan waved his hand. Boom! The entire land of Yanjing shook violently, and a huge Yanjing city suddenly floated up. The ground cracked and the city floated in the sky. All the people looked at this scene in shock. They didn't know what Yan Chuan was going to do. "I've said that I'm going to unify the world. Now, all the people of Yanjin, follow me to the West Divine Continent. We'll destroy the great Buddha Empire and unify the world." Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! The Sea of Luck, Yanjin City and Yan Chuan quickly flew to the west. The speed at which Yanjing City was flying towards the west was increasing, and the citizens were slowly recovering from their shock. His Majesty is going to bring the entire Yanjin City to the West Divine Continent and unify the world. The entire Yanjin City. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Excited shouts came from all directions like a tsunami. Yan Chuan stepped on the entrance of the Chaotian Palace and flew to the west with the entire Yanjin City in front of everyone's excited eyes. No one knew. In fact, there was a group of deities in the north of Yanjin City. They were the deities from the Great Qi Sacred Court. One of the three grand deities was killed by the deity-killing gourd, so there were only two left. They were deity Tianyi and deity Deer. The group of immortals watched numbly as the city flew towards the west. They were all dumbfounded. "Big brother, you said that Yan Chuan was just lucky and there's nothing to worry about, right? Is that so?" Earth 2 asked in a daze. Deity Tianyi. Chapter 11:10. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong held a huge gorilla in his hand as he flew towards the west. He coughed as he flew. Cracks spread across Demon King Kong's face like a spider web. His injuries were incurable. He had never been in such a sorry state before. And this was caused by Immortal in the sealed world. In the past, although Sha Di and Jing Ting were strong, they had never put him in such a sorry state. One of his arms was torn off. All the Kong family disciples who were loyal to him had betrayed him. Yan Chuan. Demon King Kong's eyes flashed with depression. The gorilla below him was still Jiaohu. Change back, change back. Power of the heavenly Tao, restore. Restore. Along the way, Kong Outyan kept shouting, but no matter what method he used, he could not change back. "No, no, I don't want to be a gorilla, I don't want to." Kong Outyan wailed. No matter how much Kong Outyan shouted, he could not change back. Demon King Kong looked at Kong Outyan and suddenly realized that he was not the unluckiest one. "Stop shouting." Demon King Kong shouted. "Ancestor, can you change me back? You will definitely be able to turn me back." Kong Outyan seemed to be grasping at the last straw of hope. "You are cursed," Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. "What curse? Why is it so abnormal?" "Ancestor, you must have a way, right?" Kong Outyan said expectantly. "Cough, cough, cough. Even with your Tao divine body, you can't break it. It seems that this curse is indeed strange. Wait until we return to the immortal world and let the elders take a look. Maybe they can break it. However, don't get your hopes up. There are not many people in the world who can break a curse that even a Tao Divine can't break. Demon King Kong shook his head. Then, let's go to the immortal world. Quickly, quickly. Kong Outyen said expectantly. Cough, cough, cough. Wait a little longer. I have to go back and take something. Demon King Kong said. Take what? Kong Outyen asked curiously. The Seeking Heaven token. Demon King Kong said. The Seeking Heaven token. I've heard that back then, my father participated in the competition, but in the end, he was eliminated by Kong Susu. Why do you want the Heaven-Seeking Medallion? Kong Outyen asked in confusion. The Heaven-Seeking token is for the Tao God, which means it's yours. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Oh. What's the use of the Heaven-Seeking token? Kong Outyen asked curiously. Cough, cough, cough. You'll know when you get it. Your body has become a gorilla. Where's your strength? Demon King Kong asked. Power. I'm still a Tao God, but this image. Kong Outyen was at a loss. It's good that you're still a Tao God. I'm heavily injured, so I won't have much strength left to fight for the Heaven-Seeking token. Take the Heaven-Seeking token, and we'll immediately head to the immortal realm. We'll go to your family and undo your curse. Demon King Kong said. All right. Kong Outyen nodded. Even he, a Tao God, could not solve it, let alone others. However, having hope was better than having no hope at all. Their speed was extremely fast, and they returned to the vicinity of the Kong clan in just 2 days. Demon King Kong waved his sleeves at his cave abode. Boom! Everything in the cave was swept up into his sleeve. Picking up the items, the two of them headed for the Thousand Buddha City. In the Thousand Buddha City. In a secret hall. Kong Mok sat cross-legged, and a white lotus flower floated above his head. Hum! Kong Mok's muscles seemed to be trembling. His bones made a cracking sound. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Kong Mok's body, and a storm suddenly appeared in the hall. Fortunately, there was a protective array. Lotus God, I've finally broken through. Am I invincible in this realm? Kong Mok said excitedly. You've broken through. Invincible? Not necessarily. I hope Demon King Kong returns with serious injuries. Lotus God's voice slowly sounded. Just as Kong Mok was getting excited. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly came from outside the hall. Huh! A powerful enemy is invading? Kong Mok was slightly taken aback. Kwang! Kong Mok quickly opened the door of the hall and stepped out. The moment he stepped out, he suddenly felt 2 powerful auras coming from the north. He turned his head and saw the one-armed Demon King Kong and a gorilla standing in midair. A gorilla? Demon King Kong was slightly confused, but he quickly stared at Demon King Kong. At this moment, Demon King Kong's face was full of cracks. He was obviously injured to the extreme. Kong Mok's eyes lit up with joy. A large number of officials quickly ran over. Your Majesty. The officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at Demon King Kong. Ancestor, did Yen Chuan die in your hands? Yen Chuan. Demon King Kong and the gorilla's expressions turned ugly. Die? Damn it, they were almost killed by him. Kong Mok, where is the heavenly token? Demon King Kong asked in a deep voice. Heavenly token? Kong Mok was slightly stunned. With a flip of his hand, Kong Mok took out an octagonal purple token. On one side was the word ask, and on the other side was the word heaven. The design and material of the heaven-seeking token were almost exactly the same as Yen Chuan's. Kong Mok looked at the heavenly token and frowned slightly. Ancestor, I have studied this heavenly token for hundreds of years, but I can't figure it out. What is the use of this heavenly token? Why do I feel that it is just a token made of purple copper? Purple copper? How can you know the intricacies of the heavenly token? Give it to me. Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. Kong Mok raised his eyebrows, somewhat reluctant. However, he really couldn't figure out this heavenly token. Was it really just ordinary purple copper? With a trace of curiosity, Kong Mok tossed the heavenly token to the sky. Demon King Kong reached out and caught it. Eh? Demon King Kong's expression changed. What's wrong? Kong Mok stared at Demon King Kong in confusion. This material. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Activate it. Demon King Kong handed the heavenly token to the gorilla. The gorilla took it and activated it. Boom! The token exploded. Demon King Kong and Kong Mok both widened their eyes. This is fake. This is not the heavenly token. Kong Mok, where is the heavenly token? Demon King Kong suddenly exclaimed. Fake? It's actually fake. I know, Kong Susu. That bitch Kong Susu still has the heavenly token. I was wondering why I couldn't figure out the heavenly token after all these years. So it's just a fake. Kong Mok's expression suddenly changed. Kong Mok was instantly furious. However, Demon King Kong did not think so. You still want to quibble in front of me? Humph. Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and struck toward Kong Mok. With one strike, 100 golden palms appeared in the air and slammed toward Kong Mok. In the past, when he faced Yen Jing, he could send out thousands of golden palms with a single strike. Now, he could only send out 100. It was obvious that his injuries were extremely serious. Humph. Do I still need to lie to you? Kong Mok's eyes flashed coldly. As he spoke, he met the attack with his palm. Kong Mok sent out a huge energy palm. The energy palm was so huge that it instantly covered Demon King Kong's 100 energy palms. Boom! A loud explosion rang out above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, and a storm swept in all directions. The two men's palms collided, and they were evenly matched. Cough, 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 cough. Demon King Kong coughed, and his face darkened. Gather the heavenly path. Freeze. The gorilla pointed at Kong Mok. Hum. The void around Kong Mok suddenly seemed to have been sealed. Kong Mok was immediately imprisoned. You want to take my things? The gorilla said angrily. Kong Mok, who was imprisoned, was not too nervous. Suddenly, a white lotus flower appeared above his head. Lotus God, give me power. Kong Mok shouted. Hum. Kong Mok's power skyrocketed, and a terrifying force seemed to be evaporating the shackles around him. Boom! The space suddenly exploded and turned into countless crystal shards. Lotus God. Demon King Kong's expression changed. Lotus Deity. The gorilla also let out a cry. It's true. Kong Daoqiu is telling the truth. You bastard, you colluded with the Lotus God? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Run! Ancestor, run! It's the Lotus God. The gorilla's reaction was even more intense. You want to run? It's too late. I still need 2 more puppets. Wait for me to refine them. Ha ha ha. Kong Mok laughed. He reached out his hand and a golden light suddenly appeared in the void. The golden light wrapped around the two of them. Heavenly path, help me. The gorilla roared. Boom. The scene in Yanjin appeared again. A vast heavenly path reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, imprisoning the entire city of 1,000 Buddha. Kong Mok's attack also paused for a moment. Go, go, go. Lotus God, Lotus God. The gorilla roared. He sliced through the void, and a crack suddenly appeared. He grabbed Demon King Kong and threw himself into the crack. Boom! Kong Mo's face darkened as he shattered the shackles on him. I was careless. They almost escaped to the celestial realm. Kong Mok said with a gloomy face. It's not almost. You can't stop them. Lotus God's voice sounded. Huh? Kong Mok was puzzled. Demon King Kong's foundation is injured. He might not be able to escape from you, but you can't do anything to that gorilla. Lotus God said lightly. Why? He's a Tao God. Lotus God said. A Tao God? It has something to do with the heavenly path. Kong Mok was puzzled. Yes. Back then, I killed Sung Tian and destroyed the heavenly path. That's why these Tao gods would be so scared when they hear my name. However, he's still a Tao god. Although he can't defeat you, it's easy for him to escape. Because the heavenly path is helping him. Lotus God said. Kong Mok was extremely shocked. Sung Tian was killed by Lotus God. The heavenly path was destroyed by Lotus God. Is that for real? How powerful is Lotus God? Middle Divine Continent. Yan Chuan stepped on the entire Yan Jin and continued to fly toward the West Divine Continent. Yan Chuan was already very fast, but he still had to carry a city, so he couldn't catch up with Demon King Kong's speed. Wherever he went, he was like a shooting star streaking across the sky. No one saw it clearly and no one knew that the capital of the Great Celestial Empire flew over their heads. After half a month of flying, Yan Jin finally crossed the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent and entered the territory of the West Divine Continent. They slowly slowed down and entered the West Divine Continent. At the same time, Yan Jin officially entered the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Roar! Roar! In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the golden dragon of Providence was extremely irritable. It roared and looked to the east as if it felt a great threat. Chapter 11:11. Rumble. The fortune energy in the city of Buddhas was churning. At this moment, almost all the officials and commoners looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Kong Mok's statue had already turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of luck. The golden dragon of luck kept roaring towards the east, as if it was angry and frightened. This had never happened before. In the prison, Zhao Xianji guarded the bars alone. On the wall of the cell, there was a lot of scribbles on the wall. If an official saw it, he would know what was written on the wall. Feng Xiao's path to promotion. From the first time he was beheaded, he became more and more powerful. To this day, he had the power to overturn the imperial court. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. No, why would Feng Xiao be in the court? Back then, there were 10 officials as substitutes, and Feng Xiao was not qualified to be in the court. However, the other 9 were in a different situation. No one saw them after that. Is there a force helping Feng Xiao? Zhao Xianji's eyes lit up. He seemed to have analyzed something. Last time, when great deity Gong Yang Taolu attacked, Feng Xiao took the risk out of desperation. This was not a fluke, it was Feng Xiao's ability. He did have the courage. And this courage made me jealous, so I couldn't stay calm when dealing with him. Zhao Xianji analyzed. During the East expedition, Feng Xiao cooperated with me again and again. Let me be a villain in vain. That's not right, that's not right. The people Feng Xiao sent to my Eastern expedition are all my trusted aides, all of them are His Majesty's diehard loyalists. Those new officials did not have a sense of belonging to the great Buddha, and Feng Xiao did not send any of them to help me. He did not let them train. Zhao Xianji's face darkened. Feng Xiao sent all the loyal officials to the great Buddha to the front line to die. Zhao Xianji's face darkened. Feng Shao knew about Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, but he only reported it when I was hostile to him. He deliberately let me refute him in order to frame me. If he was really loyal to the great Buddha, with his power, he could have remonstrated again and again, and even sent people to supervise the Kong family disciples. But he did not, he knew. Zhao Xianji broke out in cold sweat. This is a conspiracy. Is this a conspiracy? Zhao Xianji reacted. What a powerful Feng Shao. Back then, he was just a silk pants. Who would have known that he would have such schemes and courage? Zhao Xianji said in shock. I want to see His Majesty, I want to see His Majesty. Zhao Xianji shouted to the jailer in the distance. Shut up. The jailer shouted from afar. You still want to see His Majesty in the imperial prison? What a joke. The prison guard said disdainfully and continued to drink and eat with the other prison guards. Seeing that the jailer ignored him, Zhao Xianji immediately ran to the iron window. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Shao. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Shao. Zhao Xianji roared, but this place was too far away from the palace. Roar! Roar! A series of dragon roars were heard, causing Zhao Xianji's face to sink. Too late. It's too late. Zhao Xianji exclaimed. In the outside world, in front of the pantheon of Buddhas, the officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at the golden dragon of providence with a gloomy expression. He waved his hand lightly. Swish! 10 streaks of light rushed to the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Behind Kong Mok, Feng Shao looked at the 10 streaks of light in surprise. Those 10 streaks of light were too fast. It was obvious that Kong Mok had his own backup plan. Feng Shao didn't say anything. Instead, he stood quietly behind Kong Mok. Rumble. The sea of providence continued to churn. Kong Mok's face sank. He had a bad feeling about this. 2 days later. Swish! 10 figures quickly flew back and landed in front of Kong Mok, kneeling on one knee. Those were 10 men. However, right now, all of them had lifeless expressions on their faces. Moreover, they were all bald. Monk? That's the Bodhi Buddha. The Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground? Feng Shao looked at the 10 bald men in surprise. Your Majesty, the Great Perfection Celestial Empire and Yen capital are slowly flying over. The Bodhi Buddha said stiffly. Feng Shao narrowed his eyes. Modified humans? 10,000 Buddha's sacred ground? I understand now. No wonder those monks disappeared after the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground collapsed. There was no trace of them in the entire world. So, they were all refined into puppets by His Majesty. Feng Shao exclaimed in his heart. Feng Shao had seen many modified humans. There were many modified humans in the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. All of them had one thing in common, they didn't have self-consciousness. They were refined into puppets, and their original strength had increased greatly. Feng Shao took a deep breath. There were also many officials in the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, such as Zhao Xianji, whose cultivation had increased, but they didn't completely transform into puppets. Seeing these puppets, Feng Shao felt a chill in his heart. He had a deeper understanding of Kong Mok's coldness. An entire holy land had been completely refined by him. Yen capital. Kong Mok raised his eyebrows. The Bodhi Buddha waved his hand and used a spell to quickly condense an image. In the image, a huge city was slowly flying over. In the image, the golden dragon of Great Perfection Celestial Empire roared. In the image, Yan Chuan stood in front of the skyward palace. Great Perfection. Yan Chuan. Kong Mok's face darkened. A murderous look flashed in Kong Mok's eyes. At the same time, he was also shocked. Kong Mok had thought about the war between the two countries, but he had never thought that the war would come so early. Were the kings fighting each other so early? Humph. Kong Mok snorted coldly. Kong Mok flicked his sleeves and looked coldly to the east, waiting patiently. The officials of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire were in an uproar. They were shocked by the drastic change at this moment. One day later. Finally, a huge city slowly floated over from the east. The city was secondary. The providence that filled the city was terrifying. Although they were both from the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, the providence of Great Perfection was 6 to 7 times more than that of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. The surging providence gave people a strong sense of oppression just by looking at it from afar. From afar, one could see the officials and generals of Great Perfection Celestial Empire in front of the Skyward Palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Yen Capital landed on the ground. Ghost Valley Dragon Shifting Technique, Dragon Vein, come! Feng Yinyang shouted. Rumble. The ground suddenly churned. Mountains rose from the ground, and Dragon Vein after Dragon Vein gathered toward Yen Capital in the blink of an eye. Yen Capital and the 10,000 Buddha city looked at each other from afar. Yen Chuan and Kong Mok faced each other from afar. Yen Chuan, how dare you? How dare you enter the territory of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire with an entire city of people? Kong Mok shouted coldly. The territory of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire? Ha 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 ha. Yen Chuan laughed. Kong Mok's face darkened. Citizens of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Kong Mok shouted. As he shouted, Kong Mok slowly flew into the sky. Roar! With a dragon roar, Kong Mok's voice spread across the Great Perfection Celestial Empire along with the Golden Dragon of Providence. Cultivators of the 10,000 Buddha city, listen up. I, Yen Chuan, am here to destroy the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. I will give you one more chance. Those who are willing to surrender to the Great Perfection Celestial Empire will not be held accountable. Those who are still unwilling to surrender will be treated as enemies of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Yen Chuan shouted. Yen Chuan, how dare you? Kong Mok suddenly shouted. Kong Mok, do you still remember what I said? One day, I will tear you into pieces in front of the world. Yen Chuan shouted and slowly stepped forward. The two emperors floated in the air and looked at each other coldly. Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed recently, so he was no longer afraid of Yen Chuan. However, many citizens of the 10,000 Buddha city were afraid of Yen Chuan and the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. As long as one was not blind, one would know that the Great Perfection Celestial Empire occupied 4.5 of the 5 divine continents. The Great Perfection Celestial Empire only had half. What? How were they going to fight? Many citizens defended the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, but there were also citizens who fled the city in fear. They fled toward Yanjin. How dare you? Kong Mok glared. Before Kong Mok could make a move, one of his subordinates had already started shouting. Bastard! Royal guards, follow me and capture these traitors. Feng Shao suddenly roared. Feng Shao led some of his officials and soared into the sky. A large number of royal guards followed behind them as they flew out of Yanjin as if they were going to capture traitors. Kong Mok frowned slightly. He was gratified by such a loyal official. At the same time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Feng Shao flew at the front. However, he did not capture the traitors. Instead, he flew straight into Yanjin. Feng Shao. Kong Mok's expression changed. Whoosh! Feng Shao landed in front of the Chaotian Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Feng Shao bowed to Yen Chuan. Kong Mok, who was standing in the distance, could not wrap his head around this. The impact on the civil and military officials in front of the 10,000 Buddha Hall was even greater. Feng Shao had betrayed them. The Great Buddha Empire. Ha ha ha, Is this also the great Buddha Empire? Yan Chuan laughed. Then, Yan Chuan's face became serious. Great Jin army, take over the West Divine Continent. His loud roar resounded across the world along with the luck. The marshals of the West Divine Continent suddenly charged into the battlefield. At the same time, loud cheers were heard from the cities of the great Buddha Empire. The city lord of Sanxian City leads the entire city to submit to the great Jin Empire. Long live your majesty. The city lord of Wuxing City leads the entire city to submit to the great Jin Empire. Long live your majesty. In an instant, countless cities in the West Divine Continent submitted to the great Jin Empire. The flags of the cities kept changing. In an instant, the entire West Divine Continent was in a mess. In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddha, the original luck was gathering in the direction of Yanjin at an extremely terrifying speed. More and more luck was flowing out. The golden dragon of the city of 10,000 Buddha also slowly turned ethereal and let out a cry. Roar! How can this be? How can this be? Countless citizens and officials were terrified. Kong Mok also looked at the sky in shock as if this was a dream. In the distance, Yan Chuan looked at Kong Mok coldly and said, "You're still far from being an emperor. You even made the most basic mistake of using people. You don't deserve to be an emperor." No, this is impossible. Feng Shao, it must be you, Feng Shao. Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. Feng Shao smiled at Kong Mok and bowed. This bow was originally a show of respect, but in Kong Mok's eyes, it was so sarcastic. Fake, everything was fake. Chapter 11-12. After the Kong family's betrayal, the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty still had about 2,000 cities. However, Feng Shao had been hiding in the West Divine Continent for hundreds of years. His men had spread all over the West Divine Continent. Since the start of the expedition a few decades ago, Feng Shao had already taken control of the logistics. Most of the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's loyalists had been sent to the front lines, and the remaining cities had been replaced with Great Jin's men. Half a year ago, Feng Shao had taken over the reins of power and carried out a thorough purge. Following Yan Chuan's order, 2,000 cities fell. In the blink of an eye, the banners of the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty were replaced. Only a few hundred cities still belonged to the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty. However, these cities were also embroiled in internal strife. The Great Jin's army and the four marshals were also attacking these cities. Roar! The great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's golden dragon wailed. Kong Mok's attempt to mobilize the people's strength failed. Even if the people raised their hands, they wouldn't be able to gather enough strength. Furthermore, the cities that were loyal to the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty were embroiled in internal strife. Who would be willing to let themselves be powerless? The golden dragon's providence grew weaker and weaker. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the providence above the sea of clouds was drained clean. The entire 1,000 Buddha city fell into panic. What should we do? What should we do now? Whether it was the people or the officials, they were all panicking. Mobilizing the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's power had failed. Kong Mok glared at Feng Shao with resentment. Feng Shao, why? Why? You are my most valued subject. Why did you betray me? Your father was killed by Yan Chuan, but you joined the Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty? Why? Kong Mok roared at Feng Shao. Feng Shao's face was suddenly filled with hatred. Why? Kong Mok, do you really think that I don't know how my family was destroyed? Yes, His Majesty killed my father. This is the excuse I've been using to clear my name in front of you. However, why did he kill my father? Don't I know? It was you, Kong Mok, Zhao Xianji, who sent people to the Dae sect. In order to take control of the Dae sect, he forced my father to kill my grandfather to prove his loyalty. Otherwise, he would destroy the entire Dae sect. Ha ha ha, what a ruthless declaration of allegiance. Killing one's father with one's own son. My grandfather was willing to be killed by my father in order to save the entire sect. Just based on this, you, Kong Mok, and Zhao Xianji are my Feng clan's sworn enemies. If my father doesn't listen to you, then only death awaits him. However, my father killed his own father and seized the sect. That was worse than death. In the end, when His Majesty decided to take over the Dae sect, he ordered my father to commit suicide. But in the end, my father committed suicide. My father's heart was as heavy as the sky. In the end, he committed suicide willingly. I still remember father telling me, "Don't learn from me, don't learn from me." Father used his death to wash away his sins. But as a son, he would never forget this grudge. Although I have a grudge against His Majesty, it is not a grudge. To you and Zhao Xianji, it is a grudge of killing my father and exterminating my clan. Feng Shao shouted through gritted teeth. When Feng Shao spoke of this bone-deep hatred, the officials in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For such a great grudge, Feng Shao had actually forced himself to endure it all these years and become a traitor? Constantly kowtowing and enduring humiliation. Just how much willpower and patience did he have to endure this? Before heaven-facing Hall, Yifeng and all the other officials looked at Feng Shao at this moment, and their eyes flashed with admiration. When Kong Mok heard Feng Shao's rebuke, he immediately understood everything, and his face darkened. So, we were wrong about you. Zhao Xianji was the one who was loyal to us. Zhao Xianji complained about you many times, but we didn't take it seriously. Ha ha ha, you are the traitor. Zhao Xianji is our loyal subject. Kong Mok said with a hint of resentment. Zhao Xianji is indeed loyal to you. For you, he was on the brink of death several times. For you, he even betrayed his faith and the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. In the entire great Buddha dynasty, only Zhao Xianji is loyal to you. To pull Zhao Xianji down, I spent a lot of effort. Ha ha ha, I know that even if Zhao Xianji commits a grave mistake, you will not kill him. But as long as he loses power, that is enough. Feng Shao said coldly. Kong Mok's expression changed. He turned his head to look at a building in the distance. Then, he reached out and grabbed. Boom! The roof was blasted open, revealing countless people dressed in prison uniforms. In a corner, Zhao Xianji's entire body was ashen. He hugged the bars and screamed. Whoosh! Kong Mok grabbed Zhao Xianji. Zhao Xianji looked like he was on his last breath. His Majesty, be careful of Feng Shao. Be careful of Feng Shao. Zhao Xianji called out weakly. It's useless. I gathered countless poisonous things in the world to refine this immortal vanquishing powder. Zhao Xianji will definitely die. Feng Shao said coldly. Kong Mok reached out and poured energy into Zhao Xianji's body. Puff! Zhao Xianji spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing. Ha ha ha, when the heavens commit a sin, one can survive. When one commits a sin, one cannot survive. Immortal vanquishing powder. Ha ha ha, Kong Mok, you killed Zhao Xianji yourself. Feng Shao roared. As he roared, tears welled up in Feng Shao's eyes. Father, grandfather, can you see this from the heavens? I have avenged you. Feng Shao raised his head and roared. Zhao Xianji was dead. Kong Mok was not too sad, but he was furious. He was so angry that he was about to break down. The vast celestial dynasty was destroyed in the hands of Feng Shao alone. Feng Shao, die! Kong Mok roared and hit Feng Shao with his palm. In the air, Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Humph! He reached out and hit Kong Mok with his palm. Boom! The void trembled, and Kong Mok was sent flying. Kong Mok, do you think you can touch my subjects? Yan Chuan said coldly. Lotus God, lend me your power. I want infinite power. Kong Mok roared. Buzz! A white lotus suddenly appeared above Kong Mok's head. Kong Mok's body suddenly shone with white light. Boom! Kong Mok's back bulged. In the blink of an eye, a pair of huge white wings appeared on Kong Mok's back. As the white wings flapped, the void looked like it was raining goose feathers. Kong Mok's power suddenly skyrocketed. Saint Lotus Army! Kong Mok shouted. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, 10,000 bald cultivators suddenly flew over. The 10,000 bald cultivators all exuded a soft white light. These are the modified people. All the original experts of the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground have been modified and refined into puppets. Each of them has extraordinary strength. But they do not have self-consciousness. Feng Shao shouted. Spread your wings. Kong Mok shouted. Boom! Like Kong Mok, a pair of huge white wings appeared on each of the 10,000 bald cultivators' backs. Waves of powerful energy spread out and swept in all directions. The powerful energy seemed to have given the entire city of 10,000 Buddhas a cardiac stimulant. The officials and citizens who were originally panicking suddenly felt a lot more at ease. I will stop Yan Chuan. Saint Lotus Army, kill everyone in Yanjin. Leave no one alive. Kong Mok roared. Yes. The 10,000 bald cultivators answered immediately. In the sky, Yan Chuan looked coldly into the distance. He waved his hand gently. Rumble. In Yanjin, a group of armored soldiers appeared in a square. This group of soldiers were all equipped with long swords and crossbows. The leader was Tan Lang. The terracotta army of the Great Jin Celestial Empire. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and Tan Lang immediately obeyed the order. In the sky, Yan Chuan looked at the city of 10,000 Buddhas and said, Everyone in the city of 10,000 Buddhas, except for Kong Mok, we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will die. The citizens of the city of 10,000 Buddhas immediately ran out of the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Even some officials were running away, but some officials were still waiting with hope. It was the final choice between life and death. Kill! Kong Mok ordered. The Saint Lotus Army flapped their wings, grabbed their long swords and charged towards Yanjin. Kong Mok even charged towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan snorted coldly and extended his hand to grab Kong Mok. Boom! Kong Mok was once again pushed back 1,000 feet by Yan Chuan's claw. His protective shield was broken in an instant and 5 claw marks appeared on Kong Mok's face. That's all you got. Yan Chuan said coldly and charged towards Kong Mok. On the other hand, Tan Lang saw the Saint Lotus Army charging towards them. He also gave an order. Crossbows, get ready. Fire. Boom. 3,000 divine arrows shot towards the Saint Lotus Army like 3,000 shooting stars. Boom. 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 2,000 members of the Saint Lotus Army exploded in midair. No, impossible. My Saint Lotus Army has the strength of a mortal deity. All of them. Kong Mok exclaimed. The strength of a mortal deity? 10,000 Saint Lotus Army soldiers were equivalent to 10,000 deities. More than 2,000 of them died in one round. Crossbows, get ready. Fire. Tan Lang shouted again. Boom. Another round of terrifying arrows rained down. Boom. 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 Another 2,000 Saint Lotus Army soldiers exploded on the spot. Impossible. Impossible. Kong Mok exclaimed. The Saint Lotus Army was his strongest trump card, the 10,000 deities. In Kong Mok's eyes, it was more than enough to conquer the world. Even if he was at the end of his rope, he could still make a comeback. How could this be? Saint Lotus Army? Mortal deity? I forgot to mention. In terms of strength, every soldier in my terracotta army is at least a Xian deity. Yan Chuan said coldly. No, impossible. Kong Mok exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Die. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and attacked Kong Mok again. Kong Mok's face changed. Lotus deity, it's not enough. It's not enough. As you wish. Lotus deity's voice could be heard. Boom. More energy was channeled into Kong Mok. In an instant, a huge energy shield was formed around Kong Mok. It blocked another attack from Yan Chuan. In the endless holy white light, Kong Mok's back suddenly bulged again. Another pair of huge white wings appeared. 2 pairs of wings appeared on Kong Mok's back. Kong Mok's strength also skyrocketed. Chapter 11:13. 2 pairs of wings. Around Kong Mok, a white energy halo suddenly appeared, his aura soaring to the sky. With a flip of his hand, a long saber appeared and slashed towards Yan Chuan. As the saber slashed down, a vast saber light appeared in the void and slashed towards Yan Chuan. Humph! Yan Chuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and punched towards the sky. Boom! The fist energy collided with the saber radiance and blocked the saber radiance. Yan Chuan's other hand suddenly appeared on Kong Mok's chest. Boom! With one punch, Kong Mok's chest caved in. Immediately, he was sent flying. No, that's impossible. Kong Mok exclaimed. It was too straightforward. He had already used the power of the Lotus God for the second time. How could this be? Nothing is impossible. I can mobilize the power of the world. Behind me, there are trillions of people giving me power. What do you have? 2 pairs of wings. Yan Chuan smiled coldly. Previously, he was only trying to stimulate the power of the Lotus God. With Yan Chuan's current strength and the power of the people, if he still had to fight Kong Mok for half a day, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. However, Yan Chuan still maintained the power of the common people and treated the Lotus God seriously. Kong Mok? If it weren't for the fact that he had killed his parents, Yan Chuan wouldn't even look at him. However, the Lotus deity was another matter altogether. The Lotus God was a powerhouse who had almost destroyed the world. Yan Chuan would never underestimate him. Clutching his sunken chest, Kong Mok panicked. No, Lotus God, why is he so strong? Kong Mok exclaimed. You broke through, and so did Yan Chuan. This person cannot be underestimated. The Lotus deity's voice sounded. I want more power. I must trample him under my feet. Kong Mok yelled crazily. You want more power? You've already reached your limit. If you continue to increase your strength, your condition may deteriorate. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. I know. You told me that if I increase it any further, I will become agitated, irritable, and even out of control. But I want power, give me power. Kong Mok shouted. As you wish. Lotus Goddess's voice rang out. Boom. Another terrifying force poured into Kong Mok's body. Buzz. Kong Mok's body trembled. His strength soared once again. Suddenly, a third pair of wings sprouted from his back. Is this the feeling? It's wonderful. Kong Mok suddenly shouted excitedly. Kong Mok looked at Yan Chuan again as the energy in the surroundings flowed out crazily. Yan Chuan. Die. Kong Mok roared. As he spoke, his 3 pairs of wings flapped fiercely, and his figure turned into a stream of light that charged straight towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and punched out. Boom. Their fists collided. Suddenly, a tempest rose up all around them. The scene of the battle between Yifutian and Demon King Kong reappeared. A large number of mountains and boulders below were sucked into the battlefield by the suction force of their battle. Rumble. The storm of boulders engulfed the two of them. Boom. 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 The two of them fought crazily inside. Below them, more and more people in the city of 10,000 Buddhas fled. However, they were still loyal to Kong Mok. Your Majesty, you will win, someone shouted. Only 1/10 of the people in the city of 10,000 Buddhas were left. They were all loyal to Kong Mok. Although more than half of the Divine Lotus army had been killed, they were still charging towards Yen Jin without any regard for their own safety. In the blink of an eye, they were close to Yen Jin. Last round, fire! Tan Lang shouted. Boom! Another round of arrows was shot, and another round of casualties occurred. There were only about 3,000 Divine Lotus army left. Close the distance. Tan Lang shouted. Yes. The Terracotta army immediately drew their swords and charged forward. Boom. The two armies clashed. However, the Terracotta army was stronger after all, and it was a one-sided massacre. Inside the storm in the sky, Yen Chuan was fighting Kong Mok with his bare hands. After 3 rounds of borrowing power, Kong Mok was finally able to unleash the power of Demon King Kong. But in the end, Yen Chuan was still at ease, and even suppressed Kong Mok. Boom! Kong Mok was pushed back again with a punch. Ah, no, Lotus God, it's not enough. Give me more power, give me more. Kong Mok shouted. You want more? Lotus God's voice was heard. I want more. Give me more. Kong Mok shouted with bloodshot eyes. Don't resist. Don't resist at all. Lotus God's voice was heard. Okay. Kong Mok replied. Crack. A milk-like viscous energy suddenly flowed from the white lotus into Kong Mok's body and extended from his head to the rest of his body. Kong Mok's body gradually turned white. His arms, palms, body, and legs all turned milky white. His face also turned milky white. Ah! It hurts. Kong Mok shouted. Don't resist. Lotus God's voice was heard again. No, no, you're not giving me power. You're not giving me power. Kong Mok suddenly shouted. Ha! Lotus God's chuckle was heard. Crack, crack, crack. Kong Mok's arms suddenly stiffened. I lost control of my arms. I lost control of my legs. I lost consciousness. Kong Mok suddenly cried out in shock. Apart from his mouth, Kong Mok seemed to be unable to move. Yes, you lost consciousness. I gave you so much power, but you didn't know how to use it. You're really useless. Lotus God's voice was heard. What do you mean? Lotus God, what are you doing? Kong Mok was shocked. I'm taking over your body. Lotus God's voice was heard. Kong Mok felt his head explode. I'm taking over your body. Lotus God had taken over his body. Kong Mok suddenly felt a chill. He couldn't control his arms and suddenly swung them. A huge gust of wind pressed down on the surrounding mountain rocks. Suddenly, the mountain peaks that had been crushed were pieced together and returned to their original places. The sky was clear again. Only Yen Chuan and Kong Mok were left. Kong Mok did it in an extremely carefree and easy manner, pushing aside the storm. However, Kong Mok didn't want to do it. He had done it passively and uncontrollably. Not far away, Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. This move appeared to be simple, but it was so exquisite that it was terrifying. Many mountains had been swept into the sky and crushed to pieces, but Kong Mok had restored them with a wave of his hand. Even Yen Chuan might not be able to do it so exquisitely. I understand now, Lotus God. You weren't helping me from the beginning? Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. Oh. Lotus God said lightly. You improved my cultivation and modified my body so that one day, I could be controlled by your divine will. You wanted to refine me into a doppelganger for you to use? Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. You're finally enlightened. Lotus God said lightly. No, no. Kong Mok roared. From this moment on, Kong Mok became a bystander. His body was controlled by Lotus God. You were willing to do this. You were willing to refine yourself into a doppelganger and give it to me. Ha, don't worry. Since your body has become my doppelganger, I will help you settle your grudges. Yan Chuan, I will let you watch him die. Lotus God said faintly. No, no. Kong Mok wailed. But at this moment, all his strength was controlled by Lotus God. How could he resist? Not far away. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Lotus God. So you want to revisit this world by refining a doppelganger? Yan Chuan. You're an interesting person. But you were born in the wrong place. Otherwise, I might have accepted you as my disciple. Lotus God said lightly. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Yan Chuan laughed heartily. In the sky, the two powerhouses looked at each other. Yan Chuan became more and more serious. This was because Yan Chuan was facing the Lotus God directly. Lotus God was not easy to deal with. Kong Mok, who was controlled by Lotus God, smiled faintly. People of the city of 10,000 Buddhas, offer your most devout faith. Kneel down and say, I'm willing to offer my soul to His Majesty. Help me destroy the enemy. Kong Mok shouted to the people below. Now, only Kong Mok's loyal followers were left in the city of 10,000 Buddhas. The people did not hear Lotus God's possession in the sky, but Kong Mok's voice was heard. Immediately, many people knelt down and said, I'm willing to offer my soul to His Majesty. One by one, the people bowed sincerely. Kong Mok gently waved his hand. Below, where the people were, suddenly, souls slowly left their bodies and flew toward Kong Mok. Buzz! One by one, the souls entered Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's body suddenly emitted a charming white light. Life spirit of 3 souls and 7 forms. What is this? Soul faith? Yan Chuan said with a solemn face. Boom! Kong Mok's body exuded an aura that became stronger and stronger. A soul-stirring aura exuded. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He stretched out his hand and struck with a palm. Suddenly, countless stars appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, carrying the universe in a palm as it struck towards Kong Mok. Kong Mok stretched out his hand and struck with his palm. His palm was full of a holy aura. Wherever the holy aura passed, all the stars melted away. Boom! The two palms collided. The void trembled violently, and a storm rolled up. Both of them trembled slightly, but neither of them took a step back. Kong Mok blocked Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Looking at the life spirits entering Kong Mok's body, he knew that Kong Mok's strength would soar again if this continued. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. World suppression. With a loud shout, the sky-burying coffin suddenly enlarged by hundreds of thousands of times. Kong Mok sneered and was ready to receive the coffin. However, Yan Chuan did not suppress him. Instead, he suppressed the 1,000 Buddha city. Bastard! Lotus God's voice suddenly sounded. However, it was too late. The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the 1,000 Buddha city. Hong! The vast 1,000 Buddha city was razed to the ground in an instant. The entire West Divine Continent was shaken by this loud noise. After Yan Chuan took the sky-burying coffin, the entire 1,000 Buddha city turned into a huge black pit. The commoners who had escaped from the city of 10,000 Buddhas stood there in a daze, looking at the city of 10,000 Buddhas that had turned into a deep pit. Chapter 11:14. The heaven-burying coffin and the city of 10,000 Buddhas immediately cut off the source of the lotus god's faith. The lotus goddess narrowed her eyes and looked at Yen Chuan. "Looks like you've found a way to break through the limits of mortals," the lotus goddess said in a low voice. Yen Chuan smiled as he looked at the pure white lotus goddess. "It looks like Kong Mok's body is the most you can use." Lotus goddess was slightly confused. "If you inject more energy into this body, it will explode. Is that why you're collecting the power of faith?" Do you know why we have been allowing you to continuously inject power?" Yen Chuan said with a gloomy expression. The lotus god looked at Yen Jin in the distance. "He is indeed a person who brings calamity to the world," Yen Chuan exclaimed in admiration. He waved his hand. Swish! In Yen Jing, a white sword soared into the sky and arrived in front of Yen Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yen Chuan's god's sword. "You want the power I instilled into you?" That depends on whether you have the ability to take it. Your sword is still too weak," Lotus God said solemnly. "It's weak now, but who can be sure about the future?" Yen Chuan said coldly. The lotus goddess smiled and waved her hand. Boom! Suddenly, a holy energy storm appeared in all directions, enveloping the two of them within the storm. Within the holy storm, figures in the shape of energy slowly appeared. Each of them had a pair of huge wings on their backs. Each of them held a long sword and slashed towards Yen Chuan. He threw the god's sword in his hand. The god's sword suddenly turned into countless sword beams and slashed towards the energy birdman. Boom! The battle began again. The lotus deity also suddenly sent a palm strike towards Yen Chuan. When this palm appeared, it was several times stronger than before. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Super divine ability. Yen Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood red. A sea of blood surged in all directions. Yen Chuan's strength suddenly skyrocketed. Yen Chuan countered with a palm strike. There seemed to be countless stars orbiting in the center of his palm. Boom! The void dimension shook violently when the two peerless overlords' palms met. Both of them retreated 100 feet away. Nether River Patriarch's Blood God Scripture. Patriarch Nether River. Yen Chuan was confused. It's a pity that Mingi is already dead. What's the use of his moves? Moreover, your blood sea is far inferior to the Nether Rivers. Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. Patriarch Nether River. Who is he? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. Him. He was a peerless genius. Unfortunately, his ambition was too big, and he was destined to be rejected by everything. Is Thousand Heavens World Thousand Heaven? Even I can't do that. He's just someone who hasn't transcended. How dare he overestimate himself? Lotus Goddess said coldly. Heavens is twos. Yen Chuan's face darkened. This time, he didn't meet her palm. Instead, he extended his hand and blasted the sky-burying coffin at the lotus deity. World-suppressing. Yen Chuan's heaven's burial coffin emitted a dazzling green light and smashed toward heavens. Boom! The palm and coffin collided. Immediately, an enormous wave of ripples appeared in the void. It swayed back and forth, and a great storm swept up. The lotus deity retreated slightly. It's a pretty good treasure. Unfortunately, I'm not Kong Mok. This white lotus was refined from a holy feather race expert, and the power transferred to me is the holy feather race's power. However, the holy feather race has a special ability. As she spoke, the lotus goddess suddenly closed her eyes and pressed her right forefinger and middle finger against her forehead. The 3 pairs of wings on her back spread out. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded around him. As the light dissipated, the lotus gods that were controlling Kong Mok were now 3. 3 lotus gods that looked exactly the same. The 3 Kong Moks were all controlled. Each had a white lotus above their head. Not far away, Yan Chuan's face darkened. I forgot to tell you. This ability is called Trinity in One. The 3 of them are their original bodies. Although they've been divided into 3, their strength hasn't decreased. They're exactly the same as before. One of the lotus gods laughed. Boom! The 3 lotus gods attacked Yan Chuan from 3 different directions. 1 became 3, and their power increased by 2 times. The vast power squeezed the void dimension, creating a powerful ripple. Yan Chuan's face changed. He could only use the heaven's burial coffin to block one of the lotus gods. Boom! One of the lotus gods collided with the heaven's burial coffin. Yan Chuan's back was pressed against the heaven's burial coffin. He stretched out his palms, each facing a lotus god. Boom! Boom! The void dimension was tyrannical. The 3 lotus gods and Yan Chuan were in a deadlock. Ka ka ka! The 3 lotus gods continued to channel their power. Their faces were filled with excitement. Yan Chuan was squeezed in the middle by the 3 lotus gods. His arms trembled. Their power is indeed the same. Yan Chuan's face darkened. His blood-red hair danced. Yan Chuan's eyes were blood-red. The bloody line between his eyebrows became increasingly fierce. The blood sea around him was being suppressed by the 3 lotus gods. Roar! Yan Chuan roared. It's useless. No one in this world can help you. The storm of sacred light outside is the sacred feather race's sacred light myriad array. None of your subjects can come in to help you. Die, the lotus god said coldly. The 3 lotus gods held Yan Chuan back. Yan Chuan couldn't do anything for a while. It was as if he was imprisoned and couldn't resist. Die. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan. You're at the end of your rope. Kong Mok's voice suddenly sounded. Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Humph. With a cold snort, the heaven's burial coffin on his back suddenly trembled. Boom. The lid of the heaven's burial coffin suddenly loosened. Whoosh. Black smoke suddenly surged out of the heaven's burial coffin. In an instant, it spread in all directions and enveloped everything. When the lid of the coffin opened, the 3 lotus gods' faces darkened. On one hand, they were restraining Yan Chuan, on the other, they were wary of the coffin. Roar! A low roar came from the coffin. The 3 lotus gods were shocked. A slightly dark arm suddenly reached out from the coffin. The arm was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above one of the lotus gods. Bang! The arm grabbed a white lotus above the lotus god's head. What? The lotus god's face changed. Roar! The coffin roared again. The white lotus on top of the lotus god's head was forcefully ripped off. Crack! The lotus god squeezed, and the white lotus was instantly shattered. Whoosh! High up in the sky, a long sword descended. The emperor's sword instantly flew to where the palm was. Suddenly, a suction force sucked the crushed white lotus into it. Then, the sword's momentum changed as it pierced toward the lotus god who had broken the white lotus. Boom! The sword pierced through the heart and stabbed into the lotus god's body. Ah! Kong Mok's painful voice came. The god's sword stopped in front of his chest and suddenly extracted the holy power. Boom! The other 2 lotus gods immediately separated from Yan Chuan. One of the 3 lotus gods was killed in the blink of an eye. Your coffin is connected to the underworld? One of the lotus gods said in surprise. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and said, almost. You would have won. What a pity. Boom! Yan Chuan rushed toward one of the lotus gods, and the heaven's burial coffin rushed toward the other lotus god. Yan Chuan was surrounded by a sea of blood. The rolling sea of blood wrapped around him and the lotus god in an instant. On the other hand, the heaven's burial coffin was surrounded by yin energy. The rolling yin energy could not be seen inside. The sea of blood was churning, and the yin energy was also violent. The storm raged all around. The battle was intense. The battle was difficult to determine the winner. As for the god's sword, it was enjoying the endless holy energy alone. Gulp, gulp. As if drinking water, the god's sword kept extracting the energy. Finally, after 2 hours, the god's sword completely extracted all the energy of one of the white lotuses and all the essence of the corpse. Boom! The god's sword slashed, and the corpse exploded. The god's sword then flew into the yin energy. Ah, bastard! Kong Mok's scream came from the yin energy. It's a zombie. What a tough zombie. The lotus god's voice came from inside. Roar. The zombie roared from inside. Ah. Kong Mok's scream came again. Rumble. The rolling yin energy quickly condensed and was absorbed into the heaven's burial coffin. Bang. The heaven's burial coffin closed. It was as if the zombie from before did not exist. The god's sword was frantically extracting the holy energy of the second body and the power of the second white lotus. Gulp, gulp. Another 2 hours later. The god's sword destroyed Kong Mok's second body and flew into the sea of blood with the heaven's burial coffin. Boom. In the sea of blood, Yen Chuan and the last lotus god were in a stalemate. The heaven's burial coffin fell from the sky and hit the lotus god. The lotus god's face sank. The god's sword suddenly stabbed into the last white lotus. Yen Chuan and the lotus god's palms met, and there was a ferocious look in his eyes. Lotus god, it's my turn now. Yen Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yen Chuan suddenly grabbed the lotus god with one hand and the other hand. He exerted force in his hand and tore. Ah! Kong Mok roared in pain. The muscles on Kong Mok's shoulder began to crack, as if Yen Chuan would tear them apart in the next moment. Extraordinary indeed. The lotus god said calmly. Oh, I'll be back. Yen Chuan, just you wait. The lotus god laughed coldly. Buzz. The white lotus suddenly darkened. The lotus god withdrew the divine thought. Kong Mok instantly regained control of his body. However, although he regained control, Yen Chuan's hand was still on his body. Yen Chuan looked at the white lotus and his face sank. He had won this round, but it was in an unequal situation. This was only a strand of the lotus god's divine sense, just a strand. Yen Chuan did not feel proud of defeating the lotus god. It was as if he had used all his strength to defeat a strand of someone's hair. Was this worth being happy about? No, Yen Chuan, let me go. I'll promise you anything. Kong Mok cried in pain. This cry of pain brought Yen Chuan back to reality. Looking at Kong Mok in front of him, Yen Chuan's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. Rip. He exerted force in his hand. Kong Mok was instantly torn apart by Yen Chuan, and blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! Kong Mok could only let out a regretful cry as he was dying. It was unknown whether this cry of pain was because he regretted not killing Kong Susu or because he regretted forcing her to her death. Chapter 11:15. Boom! The holy light storm in the sky dissipated. The Saint Lotus army below had already been killed by the terracotta soldiers. All the officials and commoners were looking at the sky, waiting for the result. Everyone clenched their fists and silently prayed that Yen Chuan would win. As the holy light storm dissipated, the storm in the sky also slowly dissipated. The clouds had already collapsed, revealing Yen Chuan's figure high in the sky. The emperor's sword and the sky-burying coffin flew to Yen Chuan's sides. The sea of blood had disappeared, and Yen Chuan had returned to his normal state. His hair was slightly messy, his face was ferocious, and his hands were holding half of Kong Mok's body. Blood spurted out, and internal organs flew everywhere. Kong Mok was torn apart by His Majesty. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Many people in Yanjin cheered. He shouted excitedly for this grand occasion. ZZ, Bai Ditian, Feng, Lu Gang, Lu Jin, Feng Shao, and the other officials were all extremely excited. Kong Mok's body, which had been torn in half, spoke volumes. This was an epoch-making moment. The entire world was unified. His Majesty, who was high up in the sky, was without a doubt the new number one person in the world. Long live, long live, long live! Everyone shouted excitedly. High in the sky. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, to the people of the world. After fusing with the golden dragon of providence, Yan Chuan's words were instantly heard by all the people in the world. Countless commoners put down everything they were doing and looked up at the sky in confusion. Just a moment ago, I annihilated the great Buddha's celestial empire and unified the world. From today onwards, this world will be known as the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Yan Chuan shouted. As he spoke, his voice instantly spread out in all directions. Countless citizens were stunned for a moment before they began to shout excitedly. Long live the Holy One! Long live De Zhen! Long live! For a moment, excited shouts could be heard from countless cities all over the world. Was the outcome already decided? The world would be unified. As the countless common people cheered, they also thought back to Great Jin's development. In just a few hundred years, they had unified the world, and all of them were filled with heartfelt worship. Boom! The golden dragon of providence flew out of Yan Chuan's body and returned to the Sea of Providence. Ong! Ong! The golden dragon of providence roared excitedly. Although Yan Chuan stood high in the sky, he seemed to be able to hear the cheers from the entire world. These cheers seemed to be baptizing his soul. It was extremely comfortable. Shaochen tossed Kong Mok's corpse into the air, and the guards below immediately rushed over to catch it. Take his head, I will use it as a sacrifice to my parents. Yan Chuan said to the flying guard. Yes. The group of guards replied. Yan Chuan looked around at the salutes, brushed the wrinkles on his clothes, and turned his head to the north. In a valley in the north, a group of people were watching with twitching faces. They were a group of immortals from the Great Qi Holy Court. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The expressions of the immortals turned cold. They were led by two great immortals, Tianyi and Earthly Two. They looked at each other, then led the group of immortals into the air and flew toward Yan Chuan. Tianyi of the Great Qi Holy Court greets your Majesty. Tianyi of the Great Qi Holy Court greets your Majesty. The two of them said respectfully. They had seen Yan Chuan's ferocity with their own eyes. Even the Lotus God had appeared. That was the main character of the great ancient calamity. He was an awesome person who had almost caused the entire world to collapse. The Lotus God. But that monster had still been defeated by Yan Chuan. It had happened once before, and now it was the second time. Although Tianyi and Earthly Two were great immortals, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of Yan Chuan. Do you still want to stay in this world? Yan Chuan asked calmly. No, we will ascend immediately, immediately. Tianyi immediately said. Help me pass a message to the Great Qi Holy King. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Once this world is unified, I will take the Tao seal. After that, this sealed world will collapse. If you want the Tao seal, you can bet with the karmic position of the birth position. I will stay in this world for many years. If the Great Qi Holy King has the ambition to take the Tao seal, move your capital here. I will wait. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ah! The group of immortals was shocked. Yan Chuan was too bold, wasn't he? He had not even ascended yet, and he wanted to provoke the great Qi Holy Court. The Celestial Court and the Holy Court were one level apart. I will definitely pass on your Majesty's message, Tianyi said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. Let's go, Tianyi shouted. Buzz! Everyone was instantly covered in light, and their immortal auras erupted. Then, their bodies shook violently, and they all returned to the immortal realm. Only Yan Chuan was left high in the sky, looking down at the earth. The world was unified, and the sealed world was officially under Yan Chuan's control. Long live the Holy King! Immortal Realm. Tianyi and the group of immortals ascended and immediately met some guards from the great Qi Holy Court. My lords, you're back. That's great, the Holy King has been very worried about you during this period. He was afraid that something would happen to you, so he prepared to break the sealed world again. A guard flew over excitedly. Bring me to the Holy King. Yes. The group of immortals quickly left, leaving behind some curious cultivators who were at a loss. Inside a large hall, Tianyi reported everything that had happened in the sealed world to the high and mighty great Qi Holy King. Holy King, that's it, Tianyi said solemnly. Yan Chuan. What a good Yan Chuan. It seems like he's the reincarnation of a powerful person like Jingting. The great Qi Holy King said in a low voice. Holy King, Yan Chuan's last bet, Tianyi said with a complicated expression. Yan Chuan wants me to help him guard this world, right? The great Qi Holy King said lightly. Ah. Move the capital. So what if he moves the capital? Even the Emperor of the Celestial Empire dares to do it, so why should I, a Holy King of the Holy Court, be afraid? The great Qi Holy King said lightly. Holy King, are you really going to move the capital? That's right, move the capital of the great Qi Holy Court, Heaven City, over here. The great Qi Holy King said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. The sealed world. The world was unified, and the whole country was celebrating. Under Yan Chuan's control, Yan Jing flew up into the sky and returned to the east. On the way back, the speed was a little slower, so many people in the city could see Yan Jing flying over. Countless people in the city cheered. In the West Divine Continent, the great Buddha Empire was destroyed. The next few cities that resisted immediately lost their will to fight and were easily subdued in the blink of an eye. The world was unified. The world was ruled. Although the world was unified, in terms of governance, it was not as solid as an iron board. At this moment, the whole country was celebrating. The only place that was not celebrating was the Julu Academy. Julu Academy. A group of immortals frowned and analyzed the current situation of the world. For a moment, Meng Lingtian and the others smiled bitterly. Everyone knew that the world would undergo earth-shaking changes under the Great Tribulation, but no one expected the changes to be so quick and so crazy. What should we do now? Will Yan Chuan attack us? All the land in the world belongs to the king, and all the people in the land are the king's subjects. The Julu Academy is a transcendental academy after all. Will Yan Chuan send troops? The immortals were worried about their gains and losses. During the Great Calamity, Yan Chuan did not pay attention to the Julu Academy. During this period, he was more open about the Julu Academy. Should we ask Li Si? An immortal frowned. Let's wait for a while longer. I believe that Yan Chuan will not burn the bridge after crossing it. At most, we will leave this world together. Meng Lingtian shook his head. Everyone waited patiently. The development of Yan capital was still in full swing. In fact, it was even busier than before. At the Skyward Palace, Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne in a dragon robe. The officials and generals of the court stood respectfully. Your Majesty, the West Divine Continent has been decided. Feng Shao stepped forward and said. From today onwards, Feng Shao will be the commander of the 7th Army of the Great Jin Celestial Empire and the Great River Earl. Yan Chuan said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Shao said respectfully. I want to erect 3,000 heavenly steels all over the world. On each heavenly steels, the strongest cultivation techniques in the world will be engraved for the world to admire and cultivate. Yan Chuan said. Huh. The officials were slightly stunned. The strongest cultivation techniques will be made public? Only a few officials felt that it was a pity, but most cultivators did not care. The emperor intended to lead the entire Great Jin Celestial Empire into the immortal realm, so the cultivation techniques of mortals were not surprising. Your Majesty is merciful. The officials bowed. Yi Feng. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. I have already told Feng Yinyang to erect an underground palace in Xianyang. It is a huge project, and you will be in charge of it. Arrange the manpower and quickly build the underground palace. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng replied. Li Si, Lu Bui. Yan Chuan called. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of you, prepare for the second examination and gather all the talents in the world. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The two answered. Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan called. Yes, Your Majesty. You are to evaluate the officials in the world and select 10% of them who are the most capable. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Yin Hentian replied. Tan Lang. Yes, Your Majesty. Expand the terracotta army to 100,000. Yes, Your Majesty. One order after another was issued by Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan did not plan to take the Dao seal at this time. Yan Chuan was preparing to form all the wise and strong people in the world to carry out the dream of heaven's secrets again. This was the most massive system project of all time. This was a chance to quickly strengthen the foundation of Great Zhen. Great Zhen was still too weak against the celestial realm. Yan Chuan needed to raise the entire Great Zhen to an extremely high level this time. The dream of heaven's secrets must be carried out. In the celestial realm, the Great Qi's sacred court was also preparing to move the capital. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. They were waiting for the final day of the great battle. 30 years passed like this. The world was peaceful. Many projects were in the final stages. Julu Academy welcomed a guest that had been waiting for a long time. Li Si. Li Si looked at the immortals of Julu Academy and smiled. Everyone, His Majesty invites you. Chapter 11-16. Qianye City, Dajin Celestial Empire. There was a huge mountain outside Qianye City. The huge mountain was cut vertically. It formed a huge stele. There were hundreds of cultivation methods on the stele, and all of them were top-notch in this world. A large number of cultivators sat around the stele, and all of them were solemn. Many of them even sat cross-legged, trying to comprehend the information on the stele. Heaven-level cultivation methods. They are all heaven-level cultivation methods. His Majesty is merciful. Heaven-level cultivation methods. In the past, they were all treasures of the middle-level sections. Now there are hundreds of them. Even a sacred ground is nothing more than this. It's a blessing for us cultivators to have such cultivation methods. With such cultivation methods, the geniuses in this world will definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Those who become immortals will also be like the tide in the future. His Majesty's actions are immeasurable. When the 3,000 steles were erected, the world cheered. This was a benefit for the people of Dajin. This benefit was more practical than the reward of spirit stones. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This was a path to heaven for those with willpower. With such benefits, all the poor people in the world were assured of the people of Dajin. Even the rich families were grateful to Yan Chuan. This was a heaven-level cultivation method, the strongest cultivation method in the world. When the steels were erected, the unity of Dajin suddenly reached an unprecedented level. Qinjiu, I heard that the geniuses of your family have gone to Yanjin. Yes, my cousin is the most talented in the whole family in the second examination of the world. He has finally been selected. You know, once you reach Dajin, you will be on the immortal list in the future. Not only that, it seems that many people have been selected. Geniuses from all over, as well as outstanding officials and generals, have all gone to Yanjin. Although I don't know what they are going to do, His Majesty must value them very much. Sigh, if only I could be valued like that. Ha ha ha, you. After the steels were erected, all kinds of talents from all over the world were sent to Yanjin one after another. Everyone knew that this was definitely a great path. No one hesitated, farewell to their families, and all went there. For a time, countless experts, wise men, and heroes gathered around Yanjin. In order to accommodate this group of people, Yanjing kept dividing the regions. Everyone was settled down. Many Xiuzhe did not understand, but no one questioned it. They were all waiting for the final order from the Yanjing emperor. When Meng Lingtian and the other deities of Julu Academy arrived in Yanjin, they looked at the countless talents around them and exclaimed. Everything under the heavens has entered the hub of the great perfection. Meng Lingtian sighed. Li Si smiled. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. His Majesty will not mistreat the Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian looked at Li Si and finally smiled. When they came, they were indeed worried that Yan Chuan would get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. But when they saw Li Si, they finally relaxed. After all, Li Si had been sent by the Julu Academy to form an alliance with Dezhen. Li Si wouldn't harm the Julu Academy, would he? Li Si led everyone across Yanjin and arrived at the former sect of Yan Chuan's father, the former Dai sect. Yanjin had expanded dozens of times, and the former Dai sect was now in the suburbs of Yanjin. There were many guards guarding the former Dai sect. Under Li Si's lead, the guards did not stop them. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. Li Si and the other deities waited there. Halfway up the mountain, Yan Chuan was paying respects to his parents. At this moment, even the deities had to wait. Looking at the tombstone, Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Father, mother, you have avenged your great hatred. You can rest in peace now. Standing in front of the tombstone, Yan Chuan pondered for a long time. A breeze blew, and no one dared to breathe. After about half an hour, Yan Chuan bowed respectfully to his parents' tombstone. After that, he took a deep breath and turned to look down the mountain. Virtuous paragons, come up. Yan Chuan said. Meng Lingtian and the other deities looked at each other. Under Li Si's lead, they flew to the square halfway up the mountain. Greetings, Your Majesty. The deities bowed respectfully. Things were different now. Yan Chuan's high and mighty status in the past was long gone. Even though they were immortals, they had to treat Yan Chuan with respect. Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. The Great Deer Academy has helped Dezhen a lot to reach this stage. Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan was telling the truth. Whether it was the investiture of the gods, Li Si, Meng Wenrua, and many other Confucian cultivators, the Julu Academy had helped Dezhen a lot. Even during the first examination, all the deities had come to help. Hearing Yan Chuan's sincere words, the deities' expressions softened. Yan Chuan smiled. I said that after we succeed, we will not mistreat the Julu Academy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Lingtian smiled bitterly. Now, the people only recognized the Dajin Celestial Empire. They were already disdainful of the Julu Academy. It was difficult for them to even recruit talented students. I'm a man of my word. Yan Chuan smiled. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan. I know that the Julu Academy wants to have more students and the academy to grow stronger. I will fulfill your wish. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Oh. I am preparing to bring all the selected officials into seclusion. Yan Chuan said. Huh? The deities were shocked. All the officials. Selected officials. Now, there are countless talents gathered around Yen capital. You don't mean all of them, right? Meng Lingtian was dumbfounded. There were at least 10 million people in the outside world, right? 10 million people going into seclusion. What kind of joke was that? Hearing this, everyone felt that it was ridiculous. Is there a mistake? However, while the deities were confused, Yan Chuan nodded gently. The deities. They were dumbfounded, and it was hard for them to accept it. During my seclusion, I will announce to the world that the Julu Academy will govern the world. Yan Chuan said. The Julu Academy will govern the world? The deities' hearts suddenly skipped a beat. They would be idiots if they still didn't understand Yan Chuan's words. What did he mean? Was he going to hand the world over to the Julu Academy? At that moment, the deities felt like their heads were filled with blood. Excitement and disbelief. The dream of heavenly secrets required 200 souls. Yan Chuan had considered leaving one soul behind to look after everything, but he later rejected the idea because there were various problems. First of all, after entering the dream of heavenly secrets, the soul had to be an outsider, and the original body had to enter a state of hibernation. If an outsider took over the world, it would eventually cause trouble in the future. Secondly, the world had already been unified, and there was not much to be done even if they stayed. Yan Chuan was going to bring these 10 million people to the deity realm, and there would be blood. Not a single one could be wasted. The deity realm was vast and endless. These people would be scattered by Yan Chuan in all directions in preparation for entering the deity realm in the future. Moreover, Yan Chuan was sure that on the day of his return, no matter how chaotic this world was, it would quickly be unified again in a short period of time. This might be the last time he would enter the dream of heavenly secrets. Because Yan Chuan knew that after this, the dream of heavenly secrets would no longer be useful to him. He could only rely on his own comprehension in the future. Finally, the Julu Academy could be considered as repaying a debt of gratitude. How is it? Yan Chuan smiled. Ah. Meng Lingtian was confused. The deities were the same. Give the world to the Julu Academy? Was this for real? After a while, Meng Lingtian finally reacted and asked, Your Majesty, how long will you be in seclusion? About 5,000 years. Yan Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Li Si, who was standing at the side, gasped. Li Si knew that the dream of heavenly secrets would take a long time, but he did not expect it to be 5,000 years. 5,000 years. That was the dream of heavenly secrets. That was 200 birth charts worth of power. The deities were dumbfounded at this moment. 5,000 years. Everyone thought that 200 years was the limit. They did not expect Yan Chuan to bring more than 8 million people into seclusion for 5,000 years. Was this true? Within 5,000 years, your Great Deer Institute can accept as many students as you want. How many you can accept will depend on your own abilities. Of course, I will announce to the world that I will return after a few thousand years. Those who are unwilling to join the Great Deer Institute are not allowed to force themselves. I will lend you this world for 5,000 years. After 5,000 years, I will take it all back, Yan Chuan said solemnly. As for the Julu Academy, when I return, I'll take the Tao Seal with me and ascend to the celestial world. At that time, if the Julu Academy is willing to stay and help me, I'll welcome you. If you're willing to leave, I won't stop you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This time, the Julu Academy has taken advantage of us. Thank you very much. The deities immediately said. I'm sure all of you know that Great Zhen is digging an underground palace, right? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The deities nodded. That's where I'll be cultivating in seclusion. If there's any disturbance, the Julu Academy will be responsible for cleaning it up. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The deities replied. At this moment, how could the deities disagree? Yan Chuan's gift was too great. After sending off the deities, Yan Chuan also returned to Beijing. In the upper study room. At this moment, there were two people waiting in the upper study room. Dongfang Zhenpai and Ren Shu. Dongfang Zhenpai was sitting on a chair and eating melon seeds. Ren Shu's face looked as if he was constipated. Ren Shu, are you really not willing to be the sovereign of Great Zhen's national beast? Yan Chuan smiled and asked. No, I'll just join the Foreign Affairs Department. Ren Shu said gloomily. Ha 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 ha, number 2, that's the way. Dongfang Zhenpai laughed. Ren Shu looked as if his tail had been stepped on when he saw Dongfang Zhenpai's smile. No, I want to be the sovereign of the national beast. Ren Shu immediately shouted. What? Number 2, you want to rebel? You promised to be my subordinate. You didn't keep your word. You want to rot. Dongfang Zhenpai said shamelessly. Yan Chuan. Ren Shu's face also darkened. I'll do both, okay. Ren Shu looked at Yan Chuan. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Upon hearing Yan Chuan's reply, Ren Shu heaved a sigh of relief. He was a thick-skinned person, so why was he being suppressed by this fatty? Even if you become the sovereign, you'll still be number 2. Dongfang Zhenpai said with a smile. Did Zhenpai tell you that I plan to enter seclusion? Yan Chuan asked. Seclusion? What do you mean by 5,000 years? We're preparing to enter the celestial realm soon. I still have things to do there. Didn't you say you won't force me? Ren Shu cried out. I'm just asking. If you don't want to, it's up to you. Enter the celestial realm. I'll send you out later. Also, this is for you. Yan Chuan said as he handed a jade box to Ren Shu. Ren Shu took the jade box. In an instant, Ren Shu's eyes widened. This was the birth chart of one of the 12 birth charts. Ren Shu had a certain level of foundation, so he immediately recognized it. This was the birth chart of a primogenitor. Ren Shu was so excited that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? Dongfang Zhenpai asked curiously. Ren Shu quickly put away the jade box. Thank you, Yan. No, thank you, Your Majesty. Ren Shu said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded with a smile. If you don't want to look, then don't look. Stingy. Dongfang Zhenpai did not mind. Chapter 11-17. 50 years had passed since the Great Jin Celestial Empire unified the world. The world was under their control. Countless overlords' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds after obtaining the heaven-level cultivation techniques. The world recognized the Great Jin Celestial Empire. Some of the resentment in the past had completely disappeared with the wind. In Yanjin. On this day, the providence was churning non-stop. The statues in the sky had also turned into golden dragons that swam among the providence. The largest was naturally the main dragon, the 18-claws golden dragon of providence. Roar! The main dragon roared. The dragon's roar instantly penetrated the sky and entered the ears of all the people. That was the first time in 50 years that the people had heard the sound of the golden dragon of providence. All the people stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Because everyone knew that the sacred general had something important to announce. In front of the skyward hall. Yan Chuan was wearing a dragon robe and stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall with a group of officials. The officials stood respectfully with a hint of excitement on their faces. Yan Chuan raised his head and looked at the Sea of Providence in the sky. Yan Chuan suddenly said loudly, "The people of the Great Jin Celestial Empire." In an instant, his voice passed through the Sea of Providence and entered the ears of all the people. It has been 50 years since the world was unified. Over the past 50 years, the country has been prosperous and the people have been peaceful. I am very happy. Great Jin started from the dynasty, then the Imperial Dynasty, and the Celestial Dynasty. Step by step, we have gone through thousands of obstacles and hardships, but we have finally reached this point. Yan Chuan said loudly. His voice resounded throughout the world. Countless people exclaimed in admiration when they heard Yan Chuan's words. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to unify the world in the past when the sects were the mainstream. The Imperial Dynasty, the Celestial Dynasty, is this the end? I don't think so. There is still the sacred court above the Celestial Dynasty. Some people know that there is a Dao seal in this realm. Take the Dao seal and you can enter the Celestial realm. But is it enough for the Celestial Dynasty to enter the Celestial realm? Great Jin will have to face the entire Celestial realm. Is it enough? Yan Chuan asked. Is it enough? All the people of the world frowned as they mulled over this sentence. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Moreover, under a country, it's not that the country will be strong if the monarch is strong. It needs a strong monarch, strong officials, and strong people. I have erected 3,000 heavenly steels for the world to refer to. I hope that you all can properly comprehend them. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Voices of gratitude came from all directions. In the past few decades, everyone knows that I have gathered all kinds of talents from all over the world. I'm sure everyone is curious as to why these people were summoned here. Yan Chuan said. Everyone held their breaths. I want to bring this group of people to the immortal world first to lay down a foundation and make the final preparations for us to enter the immortal world in the future. Yan Chuan said in a clear voice. Hua. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was envious of these people who had been chosen, but they didn't know why they had been chosen. Now that they knew, countless people were envious of them. Immortal realm? The immortal world. Enter the immortal world first. Countless people in the world were envious, and those who had been chosen were also very excited. Before they came, some people were still hesitant. With the heavenly steels, it didn't matter whether they went to Yanjing or not. Now that they were here, they realized that the difference was huge. Great Jin will return to the world in a few thousand years. During this time, the Julu Academy and the city lords will be in charge of supervising the country. I hope that you all will be patient. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, we will definitely wait for Your Majesty's return. We will definitely wait for Your Majesty's return. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Promises came from all directions. After a long while, Yan Chuan opened his mouth again. Dejin definitely didn't select all the talents in the world exam this time. We can only wait for 5,000 years. During these 5,000 years, there will definitely be a large number of talents in the world. I'm looking forward to the day when Dejin returns and the third world exam. I hope that the world will wait for it. Yes, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Countless people cheered. They were proud of Great Jin. Lastly, set up a forbidden area in Xianyang City. Anyone who dares to come close will be killed without mercy. The Julu Academy will judge those who capture or stop them from coming close. When Great Jin returns, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. Yan Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Countless people answered. Yan Chuan looked up at the Sea of Providence and said solemnly, Master Dragon, divide the city. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. As it roared, the vast sea of Providence suddenly churned and spread out. Every little dragon carried a wisp of Providence and shot in a direction quickly. Swish! Swish! In an instant, Great Zhen's sea of Providence fell apart and spread out quickly in all directions. Carefree City. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out above the worry-free city. Suddenly, a surge of luck appeared, and within the luck, a golden dragon spiraled downwards. Qianye City. There was also a loud sound, and a small golden dragon of Providence coiled up. Boom! 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 Great Zhen's Providence quickly spread to all the major cities in the world. Providence kept descending from above the various cities. Yan Chuan spread Yan Jin's Providence all over the world. As for Yan Chuan, he waved his hand and flew towards the central divine continent with the entire royal city. Countless people in Yanjin were envious. Xianyang Palace was located in the middle continent. There was an extremely deep pit. In the deep pit, a murderous aura soared into the sky, causing the tribulation clouds in the sky to rumble. The Julu Academy also moved not far away. A group of deities from the Julu Academy were waiting respectfully. Boom! The imperial city fell into the deep pit, and countless murderous aura immediately surrounded it. Meng Lingtian flew over. This. Although I don't cultivate feng shui, I know this place. This is the heavenly calamity acupoint, the most murderous of all the underground caverns, Meng Lingtian said in surprise. In the distance, Yan Chuan looked at the deities of the Julu Academy. Everyone, I'll leave this world to you first. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Meng Lingtian and the others immediately bowed. Yan Chuan said that he would bring everyone into the deity realm, but the deities thought that Yan Chuan deliberately lied to the world. So, they didn't think much of it. Yan Chuan nodded. The imperial city flew directly into it. Countless cultivators were still a little uncomfortable. Didn't they say that they were going to the deity realm? Why were they here? But now that the emperor had come down, no one complained. Following Yan Chuan into the underground palace was a small portion of fate and the powerful 18-clawed fate golden dragon. The 9th day of the 9th month, the time has come. Feng Yinyang. Yan Chuan called out. Yes. Feng Yinyang replied. Then, they felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The immortals in the outside world were confused. Boom! 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 Hundreds of thousands of mountains from all directions soared into the sky and crashed down on Xianyang Palace. The mountain rocks filled the sky, blotting out the sun. It was a spectacular sight. The immortals continuously retreated. At this moment, the countless chosen ones in the underground palace of Xianyang revealed extremely curious expressions. Boom! With the golden dragon of Providence supporting the upper part, a thick layer of soil immediately covered the Xianyang underground palace. In the blink of an eye, the underground palace of Xianyang was covered by the earth. Inside the underground palace, the golden dragon of Providence illuminated the entire underground palace. Yan Chuan looked around at everyone. This is my law. Everyone, do not resist. Stand straight. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. More than 10 million people immediately stood straight in rows. Yan Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin and stepped into it. He slowly lay down. Not far away, in the skyward palace, there was another coffin. Inside it lay ZZ and Miao. In Yan Chuan's sky-burying coffin, besides Yan Chuan himself, there was also the Emperor's sword and the Jade Emperor's sword. He covered his glabella with a black jade talisman. Feng Yinyang. Release the heaven's calamity meridian. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Suddenly, endless cold yin qi rushed out from the ground. The moment the Yin Qi appeared, it immediately eroded everyone. Crack! 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 Almost everyone turned into ice sculptures in an instant, unable to move. Including the various officials and the 4 armies. This cold air made everyone fall asleep in the blink of an eye. Dream of heaven's secret. Yan Chuan shouted. Rumble. For a time, souls suddenly emerged from the countless ice sculptures. The terrifying number filled the entire Xianyang underground palace in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan also divided into 200 parts in an instant. Looking at the countless souls in all directions. Every single one of Yan Chuan's souls suddenly made a grabbing motion in the air. Soul go. Boom. Billions of souls suddenly rushed into the sky, divided into 200 parts by Yan Chuan, and rushed into the immortal world in an instant. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the souls in the underground palace left. In the blink of an eye, the underground palace was silent. Only at the top of the underground palace, a golden dragon with 18 claws quietly overlooked the entire underground palace. Outside. After the 100,000 mountains filled the Xianyang underground palace. New mountains were formed. Around the mountains, Yin Qi filled the air, and countless poisonous creatures grew on the ground. It made people want to avoid it from afar. The eyes of the immortals flashed with amazement. Feng Yinyang. What a powerful feng shui technique. The Xianyang underground palace is like a large yin ground. I can't see the majestic scale from before at all. Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Yes. Everyone nodded. The great Jin Celestial Empire is in seclusion. We should prepare for our Julu Academy. An immortal said. Meng Lingtian nodded. The immortals looked at each other and finally left. At this moment, countless people in the world looked at the providence above their heads and immediately understood that the emperor had left with those who had been chosen. It would be a few thousand years before the emperor returned. I wasn't chosen, but I believe that I'm not inferior to those geniuses. The emperor left me a heaven-level cultivation technique. Before the emperor returns, I must become strong and join the great Jin Celestial Empire. I want to become strong. In the 3rd examination of the world, I must pass. All over the world, countless people were filled with pride and joy. But 5,000 years? A whole 5,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. In another 5,000 years, who knew what the world would be like? Chapter 11:18. It had been 20 years since Yan Chuan entered the celestial world. The people finally felt a sense of loss. It was as if a mountain that blocked the wind and rain had suddenly disappeared. Their hearts felt empty. In the past, Yan Chuan had also entered the celestial world for a few hundred years, but it was different this time. In the past, everyone thought that Yan Chuan was still in Yanjing, and that the Dezhen Empire's machinery was still running. Yanjing's sacred status was still there, so even though Yan Chuan had not attended court for many years, Yan Chuan was still in everyone's heart. But now, he was gone. The emperor had left with more than 10 million people. The commoners suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, but it did not explode. The 50th year. Finally, a commotion broke out in the southern divine continent. An ambitious expert gathered his entire clan to fight for a city after cultivating the heavenly steel art. He wanted to take over a city. Fortunately, the Dezhen Empire's power was still there, and this disturbance was quickly extinguished. But at this moment, the flames of ambition in many people's hearts were ignited. The 100th year. The 100th year since Yan Chuan was lost. The coup that had been brewing for a long time in the northern divine continent began. 10 cities of the northern divine continent were lost in a single night. When the news spread, the world was in an uproar. Meng Lingtian personally came to the Julu Academy and beheaded all the rebels at lightning speed. The Julu Academy's power was instantly spread across the world. The 300th year. The remnants of the great Buddha Empire appeared in the Western Divine Continent and raised the banner of restoring the Buddha. They immediately contacted a group of rebels and started an uprising. Meng Lingtian arrived again and shouted. Countless cultivators who had been blessed by the heavenly steel rushed out and destroyed this group of rebels. The 400th year. The Julu Academy's power was unparalleled, and they held the first ever entrance exam. They recruited talents from all over the world. The 500th year, the 600th year, the 700th year. The 800th year. In the 400th year, the Julu Academy was ruled by an immortal, and the world was subdued. The favor of the heavenly steel was still in the hearts of the older generation, but in the hearts of the new generation, it slowly faded. The 900th year. It was also the most chaotic year. The East Divine Continent, the South Divine Continent, the West Divine Continent, and the North Divine Continent. For a moment, the world was in turmoil. Many experts, after cultivating the heaven-level cultivation technique, would be able to reach the heaven level. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. The glory of Dezhen in the past made everyone envious, and they also wanted to establish a country. While the immortals of the Julu Academy were worried, they issued a book of merit for quelling a rebellion. The merit book for quelling the rebellion in the Great Jin Empire will record the merits of everyone who quelled the rebellion in the Great Jin Empire. Once Yan Chuan returns, they will be rewarded accordingly. Conspiracy of the Four Directions did not think much of it. However, some of the major clans that had been lying low all over the world came out one after another after seeing the Book of Merit. He had not been seen for nearly 1,000 years. With just a single book, it was like the raging waves of the ocean, crashing into the flames of war in all directions. In just a year, all the rebellions were eradicated. Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian listened to the news brought by his disciples and felt extremely bitter for a moment. The immortals were also at a loss. Even we were helpless against such a rebellion. I did not expect Dezhen's merit book to be able to gather so many hidden experts. An immortal said with a wry smile. In the past 1,000 years, the Julu Academy has shocked the world. I thought that the reputation of the Julu Academy had already surpassed Dezhen's. Who would have thought that it could not compare to Dezhen's merit book? Meng Lingtian said with a wry smile. The people of the world are still with Dezhen. The immortals nodded. After the first book of merit, another 1,000 years passed. The world was extremely peaceful. There were no more large-scale rebellions. It had been 2,500 years since Yan Chuan entered the immortal world. Finally, immortals underwent tribulation in the sealed world. Immortals continued to undergo tribulation, but many chose to stay and wait for Yan Chuan's return. However, there were always one or two who chose to ascend in search of freedom. The immortals who ascended did not obtain freedom. The moment they ascended, they were captured by the people of the immortal world. A total of 3 immortals ascended, but they were all forcibly taken away. All of them were shocked and regretful. Far away in the sealed world, there was a vast group of palaces. Inside a large hall, the sage king of Deqi looked at a group of officials standing in front of him. Immortal Tianyi, who had been forced out by Yan Chuan, stepped forward. Sage king, we have forced him to tell us everything. He has no other information, but this. Immortal Tianyi said bitterly. Yan Chuan ascended with more than 10 million people. Are you kidding? If he ascended, how could we not know? More than 10 million people. One of the officials immediately shouted. The sage king of Deqi pondered for a moment and nodded. Yan Chuan entered the immortal world alone. He might be able to hide from us, but it is impossible for him to bring more than 10 million people with him. But the person who just ascended made a solemn vow. Tianyi said with a frown. Absolutely impossible. Unless Yan Chuan deceived the whole world. The sage king of Deqi said in a low voice. Deceived the whole world? Sage King, do you mean that Yan Chuan is still in the sealed world, but he brought more than 10 million people to hide their identities and find a place to cultivate? Tianyi said blankly. The Sage King of Deqi nodded. But why would they do that? Is Yan Chuan stupid? Someone shouted. Yes, Sage King. The netherworld of the sealed world has already collapsed. They can't enter the netherworld. Tianyi grabbed his hair and could not understand. The Sage King of Deqi took a deep breath and said, according to the information you have collected, this Yan Chuan is not someone who will give up his empire. He must have a deeper meaning for doing this. It is just that no one knows. We will only know when he appears again. Then, Sage King, what should we do now? Other than the one we captured, the other two immortals who ascended have been snatched away by other forces. Tianyi said worriedly. Yes, Sage King. We can't hide the news anymore. The news of the sealed world has already spread to our territory. Other forces are already coming, and there are more and more of them. If this continues, we won't be able to stop them. If we can't stop them, then don't stop them. Let them go. The Sage King of Deqi said. Ah. Let them enter the sealed world? Tianyi said in surprise. That's right. Let them go. They will have to pay a huge price to enter. Once one force enters, the other forces will not be able to sit still. Let's go in together and turn the sealed world upside down. The Sage King of Deqi said in a low voice. Then what about us? Should we send more people in? The Sage King of Deqi shook his head and said, no need. Yan Chuan is hiding in the sealed world. These people will not be able to do anything if they enter. Let's continue to wait. Wait? The officials were surprised. Sage King, I don't understand. Why is the Sage King not taking action? Why are you waiting for Yan Chuan for so long? One of the officials was puzzled. The Sage King of Deqi took a deep breath and shook his head. You don't understand. What I want is not this Dao seal. Ah. The officials were surprised. The Sage King of Deqi took a deep breath and said, I once promised someone to use this Dao seal to stir up this stagnant pool of water. Ah. But Sage King, this Yan Chuan is very strong. In less than 1,000 years, he can already kill a great immortal. You gave him another 2,000 years. Do you still want to give him more? Tianyi was worried. Ha 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 ha, of course, why not? I have not met a decent opponent in a long time. In another 2,000 years, my Rui Jingu Bang will be perfected. Sky-burying coffin. That coffin from beyond the heavens? I want to try it too. The Sage King of Deqi laughed. Sage King. That sky-burying coffin is from beyond the heavens? Really? The officials asked curiously. Of course. The Sage King of Deqi nodded. But, how does the Sage King know? Tianyi was surprised. During the Great Ancient Trial, I saw it with my own eyes. The Sage King of Deqi said. The officials were shocked. At the same time, they were excited. None of them knew the Sage King's background. They had many guesses in the past, but no one would have thought that the Sage King might have experienced the Great Ancient Trial. Those who survived the Great Ancient Trial were all strong people. Sealed World. It had been 3,000 years since Yan Chuan entered the immortal world. Boom. Boom. Boom, loud noises came from all directions in the sealed world. Then, the immortal world experts entered the sealed world one by one. In the southern divine continent, a group of close to 1,000 Confucian cultivators slowly landed on the peak of a mountain and looked at the gradually shrinking hole in the sky. Huyen Boyu, including us, 3 dojos have already entered, and 2 people from the sage court have also entered. Be careful. A voice came from the entrance. The leader of the group of Confucian cultivators was dressed in a Confucian robe. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light. "Don't worry, Grand Leader. I will be careful," Huyen Boyu said in a low voice. "Also, Yan Chuan might be hiding somewhere in the world. Remember to be careful and don't be reckless. Even the sage court of Dachi suffered many losses in this world in the past. They have not been able to conquer this world for thousands of years. That's proof." A voice came from outside. "Yes," Huyen Boyu said solemnly. The hole in the sky slowly disappeared. Huyen Boyu stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the vast land before him. "Vice Grand Leader. What should we do next?" A Confucian cultivator looked at Huyen Boyu. "First, we will seize a city and use it to spread our influence everywhere. We will establish the prestige of our 10,000 Confucian sect in this world. Then, we will look at the world," Huyen Boyu said. "Yes," everyone answered. The group of Confucians immediately shot in one direction. In the Western Divine Continent. Another group of experts had entered. "My lord, what should we do now?" "Seize a city first, then expand our influence." "Yes." In the Northern Divine Continent. "Master, we have entered this world. What should we do now?" "Let's set up camp here first, accept disciples, and spread our teachings." "Yes." There were a total of 5 major forces spread across the world. Visitors from outer space. This was the 3000th year since Yan Chuan had entered the immortal world. This year was destined to be the most troublesome year for the Julu Academy. News continuously spread to the Julu Academy from all directions. In the Julu Academy, when Meng Lingtian and the other immortals heard the news, they immediately felt bitter. "They are coming with ill intentions," an immortal said in a deep voice. "Don't worry too much. Block them if you can. If you can't block them, delay them. Even if you can't delay them, the Xianyang underground palace is nearby," Meng Lingtian said in a deep voice. When Meng Lingtian said that, the immortals all let out a long sigh. Yes, Yan Chuan was still here. What was there to be afraid of? If they really couldn't do it, they could just wake Yan Chuan up in advance. Chapter 11-19. The 5 major factions of the celestial realm had entered the sealed world. Using a single point as an overview, it was rapidly expanding. The 5 major factions had learned their lesson from the sacred court of Great Qi. They didn't act too hastily. After seizing a city, they slowly advanced. Once the rebellion was announced, many ancient clans in the world immediately sent experts to quell it. However, this time, it ended in failure. The experts of the celestial realm were too strong. After several immortals died, the world was in an uproar again. The strength of the 5 major factions instantly spread throughout the world. Countless clans raised their heads in anticipation of news from the Julu Academy. In the past, the Julu Academy was incomparably powerful. If there was a rebellion, they would immediately kill it. However, this time, the Julu Academy didn't make a move. They didn't even take out the Book of Merit. 50 years later, the 5 major factions each occupied a large territory. However, there was still no news from the Julu Academy. At this moment, everyone in the world understood that even the Julu Academy couldn't afford to offend the people from the 5 major factions. Should they submit? After seeing how tyrannical the 5 major factions were, some young cultivators thought of submitting to them. However, some of the deep-rooted clans didn't submit to him. Not everyone was muddle-headed. Some old ancestors who had lived for thousands of years naturally saw the situation in the world. In a certain clan, a group of experts gathered in a meeting hall. Old ancestor, the 10,000 Confucian sect has been extremely benevolent to our families. They have taught us cultivation techniques, and they even have the immortal cultivation techniques that you need. Old ancestor, as long as you agree to join the 10,000 Confucian sect, you will be able to do so. If you join the sect, everything will be at your fingertips, a young man shouted. The leader of the group, a dignified old man, shook his head. Old ancestor, are you still thinking about Great Zhen? It's been more than 3,000 years. Great Zhen is long gone, the young man said anxiously. The old man shook his head. Bastard, what do you know? 3,000 years ago, the strongest genius of our clan was barely chosen by the emperor. If that genius returns, he alone is comparable to our entire clan. Is that genius that amazing? Amazing? He cultivated the same cultivation technique as you. How long did it take you to cultivate the first layer? The old man asked. 10 years. 10 years? Ha, that old ancestor of yours only trained for a month. The old man said solemnly. Ah. How is that possible? Even so, your ancestor was almost eliminated when the emperor was selecting the talents of the world. The old man said in a deep voice. How is that possible? The young man exclaimed. His Majesty is not someone you can fathom. Are these immortals really as good as you say? The 10,000 Confucian sect? The old man asked in a deep voice. The 1,000 Confucian sect is a large-scale Tao rite, an upgraded version of a holy land. It has birth positions, and it is even stronger than the great accomplishment Holy Land. The young man said. Birth position? Ha ha ha, in the past, the holy court of the great Qi dynasty was also a birth position. How many people did they send down? What was the result? When the tiger is not at home, the monkey is the king. The monkey will always be the monkey. When the tiger returns, everything will be overturned, the elder ancestor said in a deep voice. But, Yan Chuan has been gone for thousands of years, and he hasn't come back yet. How? The young man cried. How dare you? The old man glared at the young man. The most talented person in our clan is only a minor official in the great accomplishment Holy Land. Is the emperor's name something you can address directly? I have already decided. Since we can't stop the 10,000 Confucian sect, we will leave and migrate to the central divine continent. The old man said in a deep voice. Ah. Elder ancestor, why are you doing this? We have the 10,000 Confucian sect here. The young man said stubbornly. Humph. Those who don't leave with the entire clan will sever their ties with the clan. They will no longer be a member of our clan. The old man said in a deep voice. The young man became anxious. The old ancestor flung his sleeves and left with a group of prestigious people. After everyone left, only a few young men and an old man remained. Fifth Grandpa, did we say something wrong? The young man asked with a bitter smile. The old man shook his head and said, although I did not experience the great accomplishment Holy Land, I know that our clan rose to prominence because of that divine steel. Without that divine steel, we would only be the lowest cultivators. Some people of your generation have already forgotten to be grateful. After saying that, the old man walked away. After the major clans in the world could not stop the 5 great celestial realm forces, they could only migrate to show their sincerity. Although more than 3,000 years had passed, the grace of the 3,000 divine steels had blessed the world. Countless cultivators still cared about the great accomplishment Holy Land. At the same time, they believed in Yan Chuan's promise. More and more clans migrated to the central divine continent. As for the 5 great celestial realm forces, they were expanding their territory at an extremely slow pace. Southern divine continent, 10,000 Confucian sect, bastards. I only asked you to recruit disciples. You actually said that those people are not willing to join us? Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Yes, the influence of the great accomplishment Holy Land is too deep-rooted. Many clans would rather migrate than submit. A great scholar said with a frown. Huyen Boyu's expression turned slightly ugly. It had been 3 years. Apart from seizing cities by force, the number of disciples they had recruited was pitifully small. Even if they did seize cities, it was extremely difficult to manage them. Vice Sect Master, what should we do now? Why don't we just go to the Julu Academy and destroy the Julu Academy? We can cut off the hopes of the world. A great scholar said in a deep voice. No, let's wait a little longer. The 5 great forces will enter and destroy the Julu Academy. They will only take the lead. Those who take the lead will always die early. I don't believe that after 3,000 years, the people of the world will still care about the great accomplishment Holy Land. Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Continue to strengthen our sect. The favor of the heavenly steel. We will also erect the heavenly steel. There are still many juniors in the world. Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Yes. The 5 great forces did not head to the Julu Academy. They were all expanding their forces. The Julu Academy did not stop them. It was not that they were unwilling, but that they could not stop them. Julu Academy. Another 300 clans have migrated from the southern divine continent. Another 200 clans have migrated from the northern divine continent. As the news came in, the Immortals frowned and analyzed. You may leave. Meng Lingtian said. Yes. After dismissing everyone, only the Immortals remained. The Immortals smiled bitterly. It's been 3,000 years, but the charm of the great accomplishment Holy Land is still so great. An Immortal smiled bitterly. Yes, it seems like we can continue to drag this out. Meng Lingtian nodded. The 5 great forces are all holding back. This world is a tough nut to crack. These people are just subordinates of the experts in the celestial world. How can they compare to Yan Chuan in terms of ambition and means? Another Immortal smiled. Drag it out. The Immortals finally made up their minds. And so, it had been 4,500 years since Yan Chuan entered the celestial world. The 5 great forces gained a foothold in various parts of the world. At the same time, they continued to advance toward the central divine continent. And in this chaotic world, new heroes were born once again. From the Thousand Confucian sect, they obtained the God investiture strategy and Tian Su. They established countries and sections. When the Thousand Confucian sect saw that these heroes were willing to create chaos, they gave their full support. Suddenly, in addition to the 5 great forces of the celestial world, 10 countries and 20 sects appeared in the world. They spread out in all directions and surrounded the central divine continent. In the central divine continent, many experts transcended their tribulations and became immortals. Under the arrangements of the Julu Academy, they went into hiding and formed another force. However, it was difficult for this force to compete with the other forces in the world. Another 500 years went by. It had been 5,000 years since Yan Chuan entered the celestial world. Southern Divine Continent, Thousand Confucian Sect. In a huge palace. In order to stabilize the hearts of the experts in the Central Divine Continent, the Julu Academy lied to the experts of the Central Divine Continent that Yan Chuan would return soon. But today, Yan Chuan hasn't returned at all. A great scholar said in a low voice. Our previous guess that Yan Chuan might still be hiding somewhere in this world is unrealistic. 5,000 years. How can more than 10 million people hide? That's right. The Julu Academy doesn't know what's good for them. They gathered people and stirred up trouble. It has been 2,000 years. We have been in this world for 2,000 years. I have had enough. Huyen Boyu said in a low voice. Ah. Vice Sect Master, what should we do? A great scholar asked. In the southern divine continent, the Thousand Confucian sect has reached 1 million members. Inform everyone that we will go to the Julu Academy in 3 days and expose Meng Lingtian's lies. We will gather all the experts of the central divine continent. Huyen Boyu said. Yes. The great scholars replied. The million Confucian cultivators of the 1,000 Confucian sect were led by a group of immortals. They carried the sacred mountain, the entire city, and the sea of providence clouds as they flew toward the central divine continent. It was just like how Yan Chuan had flown with Yan Jing back then. At this moment, there were already many immortals in the sealed world. Whether it was the major forces or the Julu Academy, there were immortals hiding everywhere to investigate the secrets of the various places. The news of the 1,000 Confucian sect invading the central divine continent immediately spread to all the forces. The leaders of the other 4 celestial world forces also received the news. Huyen Boyu. He can't sit still anymore. A leader sighed. Huyen Boyu is invading. Ha ha ha, that's great. Let's go and see what kind of sparks will fly between the 1,000 Confucian sect and the Julu Academy. Groups of forces continued to fly toward the central continent. In the central divine continent, the Julu Academy also received the news. The 1,000 Confucian sect is invading. Meng Lingtian frowned. It's been 5,000 years. His Majesty De Zhen is about to wake up. An immortal sighed. Huyen Boyu is a great immortal. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than Gong Yang Taolu. In this world, great immortals are revered. If His Majesty De Zhen isn't about to wake up, the Julu Academy will have a hard time. Another immortal frowned. Invading? It hasn't been used for 2,000 years. Immediately spread the news and invite the experts of the world to defend against the enemy. The Julu Academy will use the Book of Merit, Meng Lingtian said solemnly. Okay. The immortals replied. The moment the Book of Merit was released, the experts of the central divine continent were in an uproar. Countless experts rushed toward the Julu Academy to help the Julu Academy resist the 1,000 Confucian sect. Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian looked at the experts from 5,000 years ago rushing over. He smiled bitterly. De Zhen's charm is too great. It's been 5,000 years, but these people are still loyal to De Zhen. Meng Lingtian sighed. At this moment, a huge floating city slowly flew over from the distant horizon. Above the floating city, a righteous aura soared into the sky. The righteous aura of millions of Confucian cultivators dyed the blue sky of the southern region snowy white. At the top of the floating city, Huyen Boyu held a white feather fan in his hand. He looked arrogantly at the Julu Academy in the distance. Chapter 11:20. The group of immortals stood behind Huyen Boyu. With Huyen Boyu as the leader, they no longer held back their powerful auras. Instead, their auras erupted and suppressed the entire Julu Academy. Boom! The floating city crashed to the ground. It was just like the battle between De Zhen and the Great Buddha. They were separated by a certain distance. The floating city was the headquarters of the 10,000 Confucian sect in this world. It was named after the 10,000 Confucian sacred mountain. In the sky above the 10,000 Confucian sacred mountain, a total of 9 nine-clawed golden dragons of providence were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the distant Julu Academy. Roar! 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 In the sky above the Julu Academy, 9 golden dragons of providence were also baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The two forces of providence were not giving way to each other. More and more experts gathered around them. There were people from the other 4 forces of the celestial world. There were also people from the 10 countries and 20 sects that had just been established. There were also people without any forces. Everyone was watching the upcoming battle. This was not just a battle between the 10,000 Confucian sect and the Julu Academy. It was a battle between the hearts of the people of De Zhen and the rebels. If the Julu Academy was completely destroyed in this battle, the hearts of the people of De Zhen would be completely destroyed. If the Julu Academy won, the hearts of the people of De Zhen would still persevere. The major forces did not take the lead because they would be making an enemy of the people of the world. Dezhen was not just a force. In the hearts of many people, it was a kind of spiritual symbol. Even if the 10,000 Confucian sect won, they might betray the people in the end. The 10,000 Confucian sect was led by Huyen Boyu. The Julu Academy was led by Meng Lingtian. Behind Meng Lingtian were countless experts gathered from all over the world. The two experts looked at each other coldly. Meng Lingtian. I'll give you a chance. Lead the Julu Academy and become a vassal of the 10,000 Confucian sect. I can introduce you to our sect leader and give you a high position in the 10,000 Confucian sect. Huyen Boyu said in a clear voice. Meng Lingtian sneered. Huyen Boyu. Do you know what you're doing? What? Huyen Boyu said. Sir. So what if he was a great immortal? It wasn't as if great immortals had never come to this world. Those who dared to cause chaos in the world, what happened to them in the end? All of them died. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? Meng Lingtian glared. Huyen Boyu snorted coldly. Even now, you still want to be stubborn? Gathering all the experts in the world to stop me? You should know that with my strength, I only need one palm strike to raise your Julu Academy to the ground. Huyen Boyu shouted coldly. It seems that there are quite a lot of people who have become immortals in the past 5,000 years. Do you still want to stay in this hopeless Julu Academy? This place is not suitable for you. Join my 10,000 Confucian sect and you will obtain even more. Huyen Boyu shouted at the countless experts of the Julu Academy. Humph. The group of experts snorted coldly. Meng Lingtian once again looked at the million Confucian cultivators behind Huyen Boyu. Ha ha ha, Huyen Boyu, do you think they came to help me because they wanted to stay in Julu Academy? No, they came to help me because they are all citizens of the great Jin country. Meng Lingtian shouted. 10,000 Confucian sect. Million Confucian cultivators. Ha ha ha, many of you are citizens of the great Jin country. As for the others, your ancestors were all citizens of the great Jin country. If you join the 10,000 Confucian sect, you will only be committing treason. However, you came here today to commit treason. Meng Lingtian looked coldly at the million Confucian cultivators in the distance. Treason. Some of the million Confucian cultivators panicked. After all, treason was the heaviest crime in the great Jin country. Other crimes could be atoned for by meritorious service, but treason could only lead to death. Back then, Marquis Yen Qiuyu had plotted treason. Yen Chuan attached great importance to his clan. However, Yen Qiuyu had still been sentenced to death by Yen Chuan for treason. Yen Qiuyu had contributed to the rise of the country back then, yet he had not been able to keep such a great merit. They did not have any blood relations with Yen Chuan. How could they have survived treason? There was an uproar among the million Confucian cultivators. Huyen Boyu's expression sank. He had not expected that the great Jin country's might would still be so great after 5,000 years. Humph. Huyen Boyu snorted coldly. You want to instigate treason against my 10,000 Confucian sect? Meng Lingtian, you are not qualified. Yen Chuan. So what if you are Yen Chuan? I have not seen him for 5,000 years. Who knows where he died? Back then, he was so strong because he had the world's luck. Now, he no longer has the world's luck. You want him to stand before me? Humph. I can crush him to death with one palm strike. Huyen Boyu said coldly. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Meng Lingtian laughed loudly. Huyen Boyu, you have the strength of a great immortal, yet you dare to say that you can crush him to death with one palm strike? I won't make any comments. I want to ask these million Confucian cultivators. This is the last time. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you continue to be enemies with the Julu Academy, you will be committing treason. Meng Lingtian said coldly. In the distance, the million Confucian cultivators looked at each other. In the end, no one left. It was obvious that the 1,000 Confucian sect had given them hope over the years. Humph! Huyen Boyu and Meng Lingtian snorted coldly at the same time. Since you are unwilling to submit to the 1,000 Confucian sect, then there is no point for the Jiulu Academy to exist. Huyen Boyu shouted angrily. Use the Holy Scroll Array to refine the Jiulu Academy for me. Huyen Boyu shouted. Yes. The million Confucian cultivators shouted. Whoosh! The million Confucian cultivators each took out a scroll. The scrolls emitted a dazzling white light that resembled flames. In the distance, Meng Lingtian's expression changed. Everyone, it's time to make a contribution. Roar! The countless powerhouses of the Jiulu Academy roared. Suddenly, tens of thousands of powerhouses flew into the sky. In the distance, Huyen Boyu's eyes turned cold as he flew into the sky. Heaven-covering hand. Boom! Huyen Boyu's palm descended from the sky, covering the sky and the earth. It struck toward the tens of thousands of powerhouses. Before the palm landed, the might of the palm had already suppressed some of the powerhouses. Not good. Let's attack together. Meng Lingtian shouted. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of energy palms, energy swords, and energy sabers shot into the sky. Huyen Boyu faced off against 50,000 of them. Boom! Under the huge collision, a huge storm swept up in the void. The storm swept in all directions, sending sand and rocks flying. The void shook slightly. Countless experts who were watching from the sidelines were shocked. A great immortal. He's so powerful. Countless powerhouses exclaimed in surprise. The tens of thousands of powerhouses who were pushed back by Huyen Boyu's palm turned pale. Could they win against such an expert? Huyen Boyu's palm strike was already his limit. After all, there were nearly 1,000 immortals among the tens of thousands of powerhouses. Even a great immortal could not kill them instantly. Of course, it was very easy to kill them all. However, in order to show his might and boost the courage of his million Confucian cultivators, he had to make a move by himself. The effect was obvious. The million Confucian cultivators were emboldened. Holy Scroll Array. The million Confucian cultivators shouted. Countless scrolls unfurled and covered the sky as if the sky was falling. They covered the Jiulu Academy. On the holy scrolls, the flames condensed from the righteous chi were even more powerful. When a powerhouse was touched by the flames, he was instantly vaporized. In fact, when an immortal reached out with his hand, he was instantly enveloped by the rolling flames. The flames seemed to be impossible to extinguish. Ah! The immortal let out a painful roar. He could only die with a grudge. The countless powerhouses of the Jiulu Academy were horrified. Oh no, activate the array. Meng Lingtian shouted. Boom! The Jiulu Academy was enveloped in a huge blue array. Blue dragon-shaped energy appeared on the array, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was resisting the righteous chi flames. Rumble! The flames were burning the array formation madly. Sizzle! 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 The sound of boiling oil being splashed made countless powerhouses' hair stand on end. Huyen Boyu stood in the sky and watched as the Holy Scroll Array burned the Jiulu Academy. A cold smile appeared on his face. The Jiulu Academy and countless powerhouses were completely trapped in the array. At this moment, they were like a furnace that was constantly being roasted. Ha ha ha, Meng Lingtian, what else do you have to say? This Holy Scroll Array was created by our sect leader. These million scrolls are also Dharma treasures that our sect leader personally refined. It has a great reputation in the immortal world. With millions of Confucian cultivators setting up the array, even a great immortal would not be able to escape death. Huyen Boyu shouted. The array is about to collapse. Everyone, hurry up and support the array. Meng Lingtian shouted to everyone. Okay. Countless powerhouses quickly supported the array. It's useless. It's only a matter of time. No array can stop the righteous Qi. Huyen Boyu shouted coldly. Burn, continue burning. Huyen Boyu shouted. Yes. The millions of Confucian cultivators' faces gradually turned ferocious. Rumble. The rolling flames burned the array wildly. The people of the Julu Academy were getting more and more tired. Suddenly, a trace of relaxation appeared in one place. Boom! A large amount of sparks rushed into the array. Ah! Ah! Nearly 50 experts were instantly touched by the flames, and all of them were incinerated in pain. Hold on! Meng Lingtian shouted in shock. Boom! That place where he had relaxed was immediately patched up. The Julu Academy was on the brink of death. Ha 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 ha! Burn, burn! Huyen Boyu laughed loudly. The countless onlookers around couldn't bear to see this happen, but no one stepped forward. Ha ha ha! After this, the Julu Academy will be removed from the world. The Celestial Empire? Yan Chuan. He won't be able to save you. Huyen Boyu's laughter spread everywhere. The fire continued to burn. The powerhouses of the Julu Academy couldn't hold on any longer and were burned to ashes. I don't want your surrender. Die, all of you. Huyen Boyu's face was ferocious. Everyone thought that the Julu Academy was finished. But at this moment, not far from the Julu Academy, in a vast mountain range. Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar sounded. The dragon's roar soared into the sky and spread throughout the world. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the dragon's roar. Xianyang Forbidden Area? Xianyang Forbidden Area? Why is there a dragon's roar? Countless curious voices could be heard. In the distance, in the Xianyang Forbidden Area, a clear roar suddenly sounded. Soul, return. Rumble. In the sky above the Xianyang Forbidden Area, Yin Qi suddenly soared into the sky. Gusts of Yin wind swept toward the Xianyang Forbidden Area from all directions. Chapter 1121. In the distance, in the forbidden area of Xianyang, a clear cry was suddenly heard. Soul, return. Rumble. Above the forbidden area of Xianyang, Yin energy suddenly soared into the sky. Gusts of Yin wind swept toward the forbidden area from all directions. The Yin energy raged, forming a storm. It should be noted that both the Julu Academy and the Thousand Confucian sect were filled with boundless righteous energy. The righteous energy had a strong restraining effect on Yin energy. But now, it seemed like it could no longer be restrained. Endless Yin energy gathered and scattered the righteous energy in all directions. The billowing Yin energy dyed the sky in the distance black. Gusts of Yin energy rushed into the ground. In an instant, the forbidden area of Xianyang was filled with a murderous aura. How could this be? Why is there such a huge commotion in the forbidden area of Xianyang? What a heavy Yin energy! The surrounding cultivators were confused. Huyen Boyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned to look at the Thousand Confucian Sacred Mountain. Millions of Confucian cultivators had set up the array. There were also hundreds of immortals on the mountain. They were the immortals that Huyen Boyu had brought down from the immortal world. Go and take a look. Huyen Boyu shouted. Yes. A group of immortals immediately flew over. In addition to this group of immortals, many of the surrounding experts also flew into the sky and headed toward the forbidden area of Xianyang. The huge commotion had already affected everyone's hearts. Below the Julu Academy, countless cultivators were struggling bitterly. Under the Holy Scroll array, there were casualties. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Some people were so desperate that they did not even want to surrender. Is there any meaning to our perseverance? Countless experts were filled with bitterness and despair. Meng Lingtian was also very anxious. Suddenly, Yin energy soared into the sky from the forbidden area of Xianyang. A dragon's roar shook the sky. Meng Lingtian's eyes lit up. Everyone, hold on. Your emperor is back. Great Zhen's emperor is back. They're all back. Meng Lingtian roared. Emperor de Zhen is back. The other immortals of the Julu Academy shouted in ecstasy. When the immortals called out, the hearts of the despairing powerhouses suddenly beat wildly. His Majesty is back. Really? Is His Majesty really back? One of the immortals exclaimed in joy. Yes, His Majesty will come back from the forbidden area of Xianyang. That's why it was sealed as a forbidden area. Look at the forbidden area of Xianyang. Everyone has come back. Meng Lingtian shouted. Everyone looked over. As expected, the forbidden area of Xianyang had undergone a tremendous change. In an instant, everyone seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant, and all of them burst forth with power that exceeded their limits. His Majesty is back. Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. Long live De Zhen. Long live. The powerhouses who were still struggling began to howl in excitement. Years of suppression and despair seemed to have all been released in an instant. As the saying went, the other went up. 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators had set up the Holy Scroll Grand Array, and they were about to win. But then, there was a sudden change in the distance, and the people below shouted that Yan Chuan had returned. Yan Chuan had returned? The powerhouses of De Zhen had returned from the immortal world? Countless Confucian cultivators suddenly trembled in their hands, and the fierce Holy Scroll Grand Array suddenly became slightly unstable. His Majesty is back. How is that possible? He hasn't been seen for 5,000 years. Why is he back now? It's fake. It must be fake. Some Confucian cultivators were so frightened that they went crazy. Huyen Boyu, who was in command of this battle, also changed his expression. Meng Lingtian shouted. Yan Chuan is back. Is it real? Hurry up, you bunch of trash, go and see. Huyen Boyu shouted at the immortals who were flying over. For a moment, the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings were beating wildly. The powerhouses who were watching felt their hearts beating wildly. Yan Chuan is back. For a moment, countless emotions were brewing. Disbelief, panic, ecstasy, excitement, and despair. All kinds of emotions erupted at this moment. Forbidden area of Xianyang? Forbidden area of Xianyang? Countless powerhouses rushed towards the forbidden area and arrived in the sky above it in the blink of an eye. Countless Yin Qi rolled in from all directions and went straight underground. The group of powerhouses looked at the ground with ugly expressions. Everyone knew that there was a problem underground, a big problem. And looking at the ground, the countless powerhouses suddenly felt a sense of fear. Just looking at the ground made them feel like their souls were being sucked away. The group of powerhouses looked at each other. The immortals didn't know what to do. Destroy that forbidden area for me. Completely destroy it. Huyen Boyu's voice came from afar. Yes. Hundreds of immortals attacked almost at the same time. Roar. An earth-shattering force was released from the hands of the immortals and struck toward the forbidden area of Xianyang. The vast power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, and it seemed like it could turn the ground into fine powder in an instant. Roar. Under the ground, a loud dragon roar came. The dragon roar soared into the sky, and the ground exploded from below with a loud bang. Boom! The forbidden area of Xianyang exploded in an instant. Endless soil, mountain rocks, and an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence soared into the sky. The golden dragon of Providence's body shone with golden light, and its face was ferocious. Everywhere it passed, the giant palms of the immortals melted, and countless rocks and soil flew into the sky. The entire sky above the forbidden area of Xianyang was filled with huge rocks. The golden dragon roared and swung its tail, sending the immortals who were surrounding it flying. A large amount of soil flew in all directions in an instant. The vast area, the ground, the mountains, and the rivers were instantly thrown into the distance. Yin Qi raged. Billowing black fog shrouded that area, making it look extremely mysterious. Roar! The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared again. The 9 golden dragons of the 10,000 Confucian sect and the 9 nine-clawed golden dragons of the Julu Academy seemed to be cowering. At the same time, in the 5 divine continents, the providence above some cities had already disappeared, while some cities still had the providence and a small golden dragon that Yan Chuan had scattered in the past. Roar! 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 In an instant, all the cities with golden dragons roared excitedly at the sky, as if they were responding to the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence from Xianyang. The appearance of the phenomenon caused an uproar among the people of the world. 5,000 years. The Providence hadn't moved for 5,000 years. Why did it suddenly roar? What's going on? Many people didn't know what was going on, but some ancient families and their ancestors all walked out of their houses. In a manor outside Yanjin in the East Divine Continent, an old man walked out of the manor's main hall. Ancestor, what's going on? Why are there dragon roars in Yanjin? The old man's eyes were filled with tears. 5,000 years. 5,000 years. His Majesty is back. His Majesty is back. The old man trembled with excitement. Ancestor. A group of disciples said in surprise. The old man suddenly knelt in the direction of the dragon roars. This commoner welcomes the return of your Majesty. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. After the old man knelt, the disciples of the family could only follow suit. This scene appeared in countless places in the world. The ancestors of countless families knelt in the direction of the dragon roars. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Countless voices of worship seemed to be fed back to the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence didn't restrain the voices. For a moment, the sky above Xianyang was filled with voices of worship. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Endless voices of worship and respect could be heard. The experts around Xianyang were shocked beyond words. The struggling experts of the Julu Academy cheered, His Majesty is back. Welcome back, His Majesty. The experts of the Julu Academy bowed respectfully, but the millions of Confucian cultivators weren't so calm. They even looked frightened. In the distance, the dragon roars filled the sky, and countless voices of worship could be heard. It was as if a catastrophe had arrived. Huyen Boyu's breathing also became heavier. Bastard, what Yan Chuan? I'm not afraid. Huyen Boyu roared as if to encourage himself. In the distance, the Yin Qi slowly entered Xianyang. The Yin Qi slowly decreased, and the scene in the distance was slowly exposed to all the experts. High up in the sky, above a small sea of Providence clouds, the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared, showing its domineering aura. Below, there was a huge cave. At a glance, it was incomparably vast. Above the huge cave, there were countless palaces. At this moment, they were densely packed like statues. Around the countless statues, there seemed to be souls rushing into their bodies. At the center, a huge palace with the words Skyward Hall written on it. Skyward Hall. Dajin Celestial Empire, Imperial Court Hall. Countless experts were incomparably shocked. And on the square of Skyward Hall, there were countless officials from high to low rank standing at this moment. At this moment, the countless official statues were respectfully bowing to a huge coffin in the center. It was a huge bronze coffin. Inside the bronze coffin, there was a man wearing a black dragon emperor robe. He was wearing a dragon robe and had a majestic aura. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head, and there was a black jade talisman stuck between his eyebrows. From afar, a domineering aura rushed over. Countless experts felt as if their hearts were being squeezed in an instant. Yan Chuan. Dajin Celestial Empire. Countless experts cried out in horror. Crack. The black jade talisman between Yan Chuan's eyebrows slowly flew up. Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly opened. 2 beams of 14-colored golden light suddenly shot out from Yan Chuan's eyes. Yan Chuan is awake. As countless experts swallowed their saliva, countless officials and soldiers stood there like statues. Many people suddenly opened their eyes. Hum. Hum. Their eyes opened one after another, each of them shooting out different kinds of light. Ka 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 ka. Countless stiff bodies were slowly twisting and turning, as if they were trying to get rid of the stiffness. All the experts, including Huyen Boyu, felt as if they couldn't breathe. That kind of pressure seemed to suck away all the air in the surroundings. Chapter 1122. Inside the underground palace of Xianyang. Crack. 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 The sound of ice breaking could be heard as more than 10 million people slowly and stiffly began to move. Their bodies were constantly breaking free from the cold yin energy. In the sky, congratulations came from all the ancient families in the world. Welcome back, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The entire underground palace of Xianyang felt as if everything was coming back to life. At the entrance of the skyward palace, the officials slowly moved their bodies and woke up. Inside the sky-burying coffin, the black jade talisman floated in the air. Yan Chuan opened his eyes, and 2 beams of 14-colored light shot out from his eyes. Whoosh! Yan Chuan stood up straight. He opened his arms. As he opened his arms, the wide sleeves of his dragon robe unfurled. From afar, it seemed as if there was a kind of kingly aura rushing toward them. In the distance, the experts who were watching and attacking all looked at this scene in horror. Even Huyen Boyu, who had been so aggressive and arrogant before, felt suffocated when he saw Yan Chuan standing up in the distance. It had been 5,000 years. Although they had never seen Yan Chuan, the reverence that the world had for Yan Chuan had made Yan Chuan's image in everyone's hearts even greater. The Sage Scroll Array burned the Julu Academy and millions of Confucian cultivators. When they saw Yan Chuan standing up in the distance, their hands trembled, and the Sage Scroll Array suddenly became unstable. Yan Chuan is back, someone said in horror. Don't be afraid. We are disciples of the Thousand Confucian Holy Land. We have the protection of the Thousand Confucian Holy Land, someone encouraged himself. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't fully awakened. Quick, destroy them. Quick. Huyen Boyu suddenly reacted and shouted at the group of immortals in the distance. Most of the immortals were still in shock. However, 100 immortals also reacted. Almost at the same time as Huyen Boyu's shout, the 100 immortals stepped forward and struck their palms toward the skyward palace. In the void, hundreds of golden palms with a destructive aura rushed towards Yan Chuan. If it was 5,000 years ago, Yan Chuan might have to treat it seriously. But now, Yan Chuan didn't even look at them. After 5,000 years of slumber, the 200 souls returned and were quickly fused into one by Yan Chuan. The growth of his birth chart power was equivalent to 1,000,000 years. It was as if he had suddenly woken up after sleeping for millions of years. As the memories fused together, there was a sudden feeling of wanting to vent. Facing the sky, Yan Chuan let out a long howl. Roar! A loud roar came from Yan Chuan. The void shook for a while, and the roar rushed straight up to the 9 heavens. The 100 Immortals' golden palms, upon encountering Yan Chuan's sound waves, instantly collapsed. The 100 Immortals were extremely close, and the sound waves instantly entered their bodies. The 100 Immortals' initial terror was instantly replaced by trembling involuntarily. Buzz! The 100 Immortals trembled at a high frequency. As they trembled, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. In the distance, the other powerhouses looked at the 100 Immortals who were bleeding from their 7 orifices. This can't be real," Huyen Boyu said in horror. Just the sound waves were enough to make the 100 Immortals unable to move. Bleeding from their 7 orifices? It seemed that everything was not over. Under Yan Chuan's long howl, one of the 100 Immortals suddenly exploded. Boom! Blood splattered all over the sky. The Immortal was blasted apart by the sound waves. Boom! 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 One after another, the 100 Immortals all exploded. The sky was filled with a bloody mist that soared into the sky along with the sound waves. This scene was something that the surrounding powerhouses would never forget for the rest of their lives. 100 Immortals. With a loud roar, all of them exploded. When the other Immortals saw this scene, they did not even dare to approach from afar. The outcome of the 100 Immortals was too terrifying. Huyen Boyu's expression was also extremely unsightly. Huyen Boyu had already flown over. He seemed to be waiting for Yan Chuan's loud roar to end before launching a sneak attack. After all, even if he launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to get close to the 100 Immortals. Roar! The roar was long and lasted for an entire incense's time. Suddenly, the black aura around Yan Chuan expanded. Within the black aura, one could vaguely see a huge black dragon. As Yan Chuan roared, it seemed to soar into the sky. It was a vast illusory figure. It was like the condensation of Yan Chuan's Emperor Qi. This black dragon seemed even more ferocious than the 18-claws golden dragon. It was an extremely ferocious and domineering black dragon. Roar! In a daze, one seemed to hear the black dragon's roar. Although there was no sound, it felt like it was cutting into one's heart. After another incense's time. Only then did Yan Chuan's long roar gradually stop. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. The surrounding black aura and the black dragon were all withdrawn into Yan Chuan's body. It's been 5,000 years. I'm finally back. Yan Chuan slowly closed his eyes and felt this reality. After 2 incenses' time, more than half of the people in Xianyang Underground Palace had regained consciousness. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Among the officials, Huo Guang shouted loudly. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, Li Si, Lu Buwei, and the other officials from Dezhen bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The last shout was from all the people in Xianyang Underground Palace who had regained consciousness. Millions of people shouted at the same time. Their aura soared into the sky. At this moment, it was Huyen Boyu's last chance. He stretched out his palm and struck towards Yan Chuan. How dare you! Among the officials, an angry rebuke suddenly sounded. It was Wang Jian's voice. Wang Jian, who was in the middle of the court, suddenly moved in front of Huyen Boyu in a strange manner. Wang Jian was clad in armor and held a sword in his hand. He released a murderous aura around him. Boom! The blood-red murderous aura seemed to have dyed the void red. Great Immortal Huyen Boyu's palm strike was instantly scattered by the murderous aura. Under the cold and bloody murderous aura, Huyen Boyu felt his heart instantly freeze. How dare you! Wang Jian shouted loudly. A blood-red sword of murderous aura that surpassed the previous one shot out from Wang Jian's eyes. Boom! The two swords of murderous aura that shot out from Wang Jian's eyes pierced through Hu Yanboyu's chest and nailed him in the void, unable to move. Pooh! Hu Yanboyu spat out a mouthful of blood. The feathers on the feather fan in his hand had been destroyed by the murderous aura, leaving only a bare handle. Pooh! Hu Yanboyu spat out blood and convulsed. More importantly, Hu Yanboyu was having a mental breakdown. Why? He was just a mortal. How could he condense murderous aura into his eyes and kill people with his aura? How many people did he kill to condense such a ferocious murderous aura? A mere subject. A mere subject of Dezhen. And he dared to provoke Dezhen. In an instant, Dezhen was a great immortal. He used to be the strongest existence in the world. But now, he was killed in an instant. No, it was 1/10 of an instant. A glance? Although Hu Yanboyu was not dead yet, he was completely finished. Pinned in the void by Wang Jian's sword of murderous aura, he could not escape at all. Hu Yanboyu was defeated in an instant. The spectating experts were also dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Was this a joke? Was there something wrong with my eyes? Seeing that there were still more than 10 million experts in the distance, countless experts who were originally gloating over Hu Yanboyu's misfortune shrank back. The experts who were watching from the sidelines trembled. The experts from the major forces who were prepared to watch the Julu Academy fall were terrified. The millions of Confucian cultivators in the Holy Scroll Array trembled when they saw this scene. The Holy Scroll Array collapsed in an instant. Destroy the Julu Academy? Can it still be destroyed now? Boom! The experts of the Julu Academy attacked, and the Holy Scroll Array exploded. The Julu Academy's crisis was completely resolved. Ha 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 ha, His Majesty is back, you traitors. Now it's time for you to die. His Majesty is back, you're all dead. Only death awaits you for treason. The experts of the Julu Academy roared at this moment. They had been on the brink of death, feeling despair and helplessness. Now that the situation had reversed, they all shouted wildly to vent the excitement and fear in their hearts. Let's go! Someone shouted in horror. Whoosh! The millions of Confucian cultivators, together with the hundreds of thousands of spectating experts, scattered in all directions in an instant. With Yan Chuan's powerful return, how were they supposed to fight? Boom! Like a torrential downpour, they fled in all directions. Some of the immortals were so terrified that they were about to ascend to the immortal world. The safest place was to ascend to the immortal world. Escape? How were they supposed to escape here? Yan Chuan had more than 10 million people. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd of Dazhen's officials. Escape? No one is allowed to leave without His Majesty's permission. Jin Dayu shouted. He extended his hand, and the divine emperor bell soared into the sky. Clang! A bell chime rang out. The immortals who were about to ascend had already taken a step into the immortal realm. They were all dazed by the bell chime and fell down with a loud crash. Huo Guang also took a step forward and brandished the spear in his hand. Suddenly, a storm of spears appeared in all directions. Boom! All the fleeing cultivators were sent flying back to where Julu Academy was at after being struck by the countless astral spears. Not a single one of the million cultivators managed to escape. They all fell to the ground. The strength of the various legion commanders was no longer just strong. Instead, it was terrifying to look at. The Xiuzha that were knocked back were all dizzy from the fall. This shouldn't be happening. Why is this happening? Why are they so strong? Countless voices of shock and horror rang out. Meng Lingtian and the other experts of the Julu Academy gaped in shock. Everyone had expected Yan Chuan to be powerful when he woke up, but no one had expected him to be so terrifying. Greetings, His Majesty. The great Jin experts were overjoyed and bowed respectfully. The people of the Jiulu Academy sighed in amazement. Meng Lingtian, in particular, could only smile wryly. The Jiulu Academy had recruited disciples for 5,000 years. More than half of them would join Great Jin. Greetings, His Majesty. Meng Lingtian and the other Jiulu Academy immortals bowed. Chapter 1123. Rumble. The underground palace of Xianyang slowly floated up. Dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Clearly, Feng Yinyang had already manipulated the dragon vein to transform the land of Xianyang. Yan Chuan stood in front of the skyward palace. He looked at the countless excited experts in front of the Jiulu Academy. Yan Chuan smiled as he sighed. Although Yan Chuan had established various factions in the immortal world, this was Yan Chuan's true foundation. Everywhere else was just a passing cloud. My people, I'm back. Yan Chuan said to the crowd. Countless experts clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. Seeing Yan Chuan return, everyone understood that everything in the past was worth it. My people, I'm back. Yan Chuan said again. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence let out a long roar. Yan Chuan's voice quickly spread across the world. Of course, the world was already in tatters. Only the people in the cities covered by Providence could hear Yan Chuan's voice. Also, everyone from 5,000 years ago could hear it. As long as they didn't establish another country or sect, they could hear Yan Chuan's voice. In a city. This voice. Why do I suddenly hear a voice in my ears? The dragons roared just now, and now this voice. The people of the immortal world. 5,000 years ago. Immortal world. As more and more people came to their senses, the sound of cheering could be heard like a tsunami. Rumble. Providence from all over the world quickly gathered above Yan Chuan's head. Providence gathered not only for the expansion of the territory, but also for the hearts of the people. If the hearts of the people were firm, the providence would never dry up. In the distance, Meng Lingtian led the immortals of the Jiulu Academy and a group of experts from Immortal World to the front. Meng Lingtian, everyone, thank you for your hard work in managing the world. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meng Lingtian smiled and said, it's nothing. The Jiulu Academy has benefited a lot as well. These people from the 10,000 Confucian sect are going to do whatever they want under the heavens and bring disaster to the world, right? Yan Chuan looked at the 1 million Confucian cultivators in the distance. How did you know? Meng Lingtian asked in surprise. Oh, I understand. Your consciousness went to the immortal world, so you know. Meng Lingtian immediately understood. Yan Chuan nodded. In the distance, many of the million Confucian cultivators bowed in fear. Your Majesty, we were wrong. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, we were foolish. The million Confucian cultivators screamed in terror. At this time, Li Si walked out and waved his hand, summoning a million holy scrolls. The holy scroll formation from before was set up with this item. There were countless words on it, and each word was like a gem. Your Majesty, the 10,000 Confucian sect has a total of 108 holy scrolls. These are the holy scrolls of the Earth Literature Star. 108 holy scrolls are the foundation of the 10,000 Confucian sect's founder. If one of them is destroyed, it will no longer be complete. Li Si said with a smile. The holy scroll won't be complete. Then burn it. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. No, don't burn it. The immortals who had been shaken back by Jin Dayu cried out in alarm. This was the founder's favorite treasure, the foundation of the sect. The founder trusted Huyen Boyu and allowed him to bring a holy scroll to the lower realm. If it was destroyed, how would they explain it to the founder? Humph. Jin Dayu snorted coldly. The immortals were so shocked that their qi and blood surged. Li Si glanced at the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators on the ground. Your Majesty, the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators of the 10,000 Confucian sect followed Huyan Boyu and tried to overthrow the world. They should be punished for the crime of rebellion. Your Majesty, please order them to be killed. Li Si said solemnly. Order them to be killed. The 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators in the distance were stunned. They couldn't help but shiver. I second the motion. Lu Bue said. I second the motion. Yi Feng shouted. I second the motion. Yin Hentian also shouted. For a moment, the officials were furious and glared at the rebels in the distance. No, Your Majesty, please spare us. We know we were wrong. Your Majesty, we know we were wrong. Yan Chuan glanced coldly at the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators. If knowing we were wrong is useful, then what are the laws? What's the use of laws? Allow it. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The officials replied. No, no, help. Help. No. The 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators cried. Without needing Yan Chuan's order, Huo Guang led a group of soldiers and rushed over. They reached out and used spells to suppress the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators. They sealed their cultivation bases. Another group quickly dug a deep pit in the distance. Your Majesty, the other group of people are mostly from various factions. They're here to watch the destruction of the Julu Academy and wait for an opportunity to strike and bring chaos to the world. An immortal who had previously resisted shouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we can't spare them. The crowd was agitated. Yan Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, let's kill them together. Yes, the officials replied. No, Your Majesty, please spare us. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. The 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators were immediately suppressed by Huo Guang's men and thrown into the huge pit in the distance. Outside the huge pit, a group of soldiers was constantly filling it with soil. No, help. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I've already become an immortal, I don't want to die. Your Majesty, save me. Sect Master, save me. The sight of 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators being killed was spectacular. There were countless cries, but they only had themselves to blame. On the other side, the 1,000,000 holy scrolls were also quickly burned by Li Si's men. Unfortunately, the holy scrolls were impervious to fire and water. I'll do it, humph. Jin Dayu snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden flame. It was the true fire of the sun, which rushed toward the holy scrolls. Boom! Under the true fire of the sun, the 1,000,000 holy scrolls could only slowly burn. On one side, the flames soared into the sky, and on the other, the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators were buried alive. Burning books and burying Confucians? Your Majesty, I suddenly feel that this scene is very familiar. Li Si suddenly laughed. Burning books and burying Confucians? After Li Si finished speaking, Lu Bue, Wang Jian, Huo Guang, Tan Lang, and Feng Yinyang nodded. What a familiar scene, but they couldn't recall it. Yan Chuan looked at everyone. Wait a little longer. When the immortal tribulation is over and the reincarnation seal is unlocked, you'll remember everything. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. How could Yan Chuan not have the same feeling? However, Yan Chuan knew that the reincarnation seal in the depths of one's soul could only be unlocked after becoming an immortal. Meng Lingtian stepped forward and handed over a jade slip. The eyes of the surrounding experts lit up when they saw the jade slip. This is the book of contributions to quelling the rebellion in the past 5,000 years. It records all the contributions that the people of the world have made to the great Jin country in the past 5,000 years. Meng Lingtian said solemnly. Yan Chuan took the jade slip. A wisp of divine sense entered it. Buzz. Yan Chuan instantly read through the vast records of countless people and countless clans. I'm very pleased. Yan Chuan said. Lu Bue. Yes, Your Majesty. I want you to sort out the book of contributions to quelling the rebellion, tally the contributions, and spread it to the world. In 10 years, I will reward you according to your contributions. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Bue answered. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group of experts shouted excitedly. Looking around, Yan Chuan suddenly shouted, I have returned, and the world will regain its former glory. From today onward, I will rebuild the capital of Xianyang. Yan Chuan's voice spread across the world again. All the people of the Great Jin country immediately heard Yan Chuan's voice. Capital, Xianyang. Lu Gang, Yifeng. Yan Chuan called out. Yes, Your Majesty. The two answered. With Xianyang as the base, contact the cities of the world and rebuild the world system. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yin Hentian. Yes, Your Majesty. Announce to the world that in 30 years, there will be a grand examination in Xianyang. At the same time, you will prepare for the examination, Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Huo Guang, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, Feng Shao. Yan Chuan called out. Yes, Your Majesty. Rebuild the 4 legions and appoint you as the 4 marshals to pacify the world. Huo Guang will be the East Marshal, Wang Jian will be the South Marshal, Jin Dayu will be the West Marshal, and Feng Shao will be the North Marshal. Conquer the world as soon as possible and eliminate all rebellions. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si will be the law of the world and assist in pacifying the world. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Yinyang. Be in charge of rebuilding Xianyang. Build the capital of the 10,000 Saints Empire. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Bue. Yes, Your Majesty. When calculating the contributions of the world, divide the officials of Xianyang into 2 groups and take turns to look for their descendants and settle them down. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 10 million soldiers of the Xianyang holy capital shouted excitedly. In the past 5,000 years, besides Great Jin country's loyal subjects, the other thing that the soldiers were concerned about was their blood relatives. Now that the emperor had ordered them to look for their relatives, they were all moved to tears. In the distance, the fire had finished burning. The million Confucian cultivators and the immortals of the 10,000 Confucian sect had all been killed. The first battle of Great Jin's return. Burning books and burying Confucian scholars to establish heaven's might. Immortal world. In a huge palace. A man in a white robe sat cross-legged inside. Suddenly, the man's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and a scroll appeared in his palm. The scroll unfolded and was divided into 108 regions according to the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. Each region was emitting white light, but there was one region that was extremely dim. The literature star and the million holy scrolls were all destroyed. The man's voice was filled with a monstrous aura. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the palace. Sect leader, Huyen Boyu's life tablet is broken. Huyen Boyu is dead. Jiaohu came from outside the palace. Huyen Boyu is dead. Something happened in the sealed world. Yan Chuan has come out. The man's expression sank. The sealed world, the world. The news of Yan Chuan's powerful return quickly spread throughout the world. For a time, the world was in an uproar. The people of Great Jin cheered. The thousands of years of oppression in their hearts were finally released. The powerhouse who had betrayed the great accomplishment empire had a look of fear on his face. The news of the million Confucian cultivators of the 10,000 Confucian sect being killed also slowly spread. The four armies swept through everything in their path, and they started to recruit soldiers and buy horses. They were fighting and recruiting at the same time. In the central divine continent, the people of Great Zhen were more united. The four great marshals soon arrived at the borders of the four central divine continents. They were ready to march to the four central divine continents. By the emperor's decree, we will fight against the rebels. Stand at attention. Huo Guang, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, and Feng Shao swore an oath and set out. Yes. The millions of soldiers answered loudly. Chapter 1124. East Divine Continent, a branch of the Great Chu's Sacred Court. Inside a large hall. My lord, it's not good. Great Zhen's Eastern Marshal, Huo Guang, just received news that he has already exterminated the Heavenly Might sect. A man dressed in official robes exclaimed to another man dressed in luxurious robes. Mighty Heavenly Sect. Apart from our 5 great immortal world factions, there are 10 nations and 20 sections. The Mighty Heavenly Sect is a middle-rank sect. Yesterday, Huo Guang just arrived, and today, the Mighty Heavenly Sect was destroyed? The man in luxurious robes exclaimed. Yes, like a hot knife through butter. The Mighty Heavenly Sect couldn't resist at all. The man in official robes said bitterly. One day. How could they not resist? From start to finish, Huo Guang didn't even make a move. At the start, the Mighty Heavenly Sect's formation was activated. Huo Guang's subordinates broke the formation and started a massacre. From start to finish, Huo Guang sat at the peak of a mountain, drinking tea and watching the battlefield. I know, Huo Guang is just training the troops. The man in luxurious robes' expression changed. Training the troops. What a terrifying First Legion, what a powerful Great Zhen. The man in luxurious robes said with an ugly expression. Sir, what should we do? Huyen Boyu is already dead. The 1,000 Confucian sect's forces couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yan Chuan. In this world, aside from the Sage Kings, it seems that we won't be able to stop the Great Zhen from reuniting. The man in luxurious robes said. Ah. Is the Great Zhen really that strong? Strong. It's not like you haven't seen Huyen Boyu before. He attacked with an entire sect and a million Confucian cultivators. Although we don't know the exact situation, do you think that's realistic? The man in luxurious robes said. Not a single one escaped. The man in official robes had an ugly expression. Huo Guang and the others didn't move quickly. It's obvious that they were reclaiming their territory while training their troops. We already overestimated Yan Chuan, but we still underestimated him. The man in luxurious robes said. Then what should we do? What should we do? You ascend first and report everything to the Sacred King. I'll watch over this place. Tell the Sacred King that if there is danger, this subject might give up on this realm. The finely clothed man said. Give up. Go, report the truth. The man in luxurious clothes said in a deep voice. Yes. Southern Divine Continent. Bahuang Sect. Kill. Roar. Exterminate these traitors. The army of the Great Zhen dynasty broke through a sect's array and started a frenzied slaughter. In the distance, at the peak of a mountain, Wang Jian sat beside a stone table. There were 2 guards standing behind him, and an attendant beside him was making tea and serving tea to Wang Jian. Wang Jian sipped his tea while looking at the battlefield in the distance. The 8 Barons sect was forced to retreat again and again. Great Zhen's soldiers also suffered some casualties. However, Wang Jian didn't care about it at all. It was as if he was looking at a still scenery. Regarding the casualties, Wang Jian did not interfere. Wang Jian needed well-trained elite soldiers. Thus, the soldiers under him had to be tempered by blood and fire. Just as he was sipping his tea, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Wang Jian, you destroyed my 8 Baron sect. I'll fight it out with you. With a roar, a man clad in multicolored light appeared behind him. He held a long sword and slashed at Wang Jian. A huge energy sword appeared in the air as if it was going to cut Wang Jian and the mountain into pieces. Clearly, this person had become an immortal. An immortal's attack was boundless. However, Wang Jian continued to sip his tea. He didn't even turn around. Wang Jian did not move, but one of the 2 guards behind him moved. He drew his bronze sword. A huge energy sword that was several times bigger than the 8 Baron sect master's energy sword shot out. Boom! The sky seemed to turn white as the 2 energy swords disappeared. Wang Jian's guard sheathed his sword and returned to his original position. It was as if he had not moved at all. As for the 8 Baron sect master, his eyes widened in disbelief. The sword in his hand broke into 2. A thin slit appeared between his brows, and a large amount of blood flowed out. The 8 Baron sect master fell to the ground. When he landed, he was split in half. The 8 Baron sect master was instantly cut in half. In the distance, the 8 Baron sect disciples who were resisting were all horrified. A single strike. Moreover, it was from Wang Jian's guard. The sect master died just like that. They looked at Wang Jian who was sniffing the tea in the distance and sipping it. All the 8 Baron sect disciples felt chills run down their spines. Did the 8 Baron sect still want to fight against Yan Chuan? Their sect master could not even withstand a single strike from Yan Chuan's subordinate. Did they still want to fight? At this moment, countless 8 Baron sect disciples were filled with deep regret. They could have been citizens of Great Zhen. Why did they choose to be disciples of the 8 Baron sect? It was like a commoner fighting for a mountain or becoming a bandit. Could they do anything against the imperial court's army? They were filled with endless regret. However, if regret was useful, what was the point of having laws? Kill. West Divine Continent, North Divine Continent. Jin Dayu and Feng Shao's armies were the same. They were victorious as they trained their soldiers. The 4 marshals were invincible. Great Zhen's heavenly dynasty, Xianyang. After the morning assembly, Yan Chuan accompanied Zizi for a stroll by a small lake. Although they had been together for 1,000,000 years, Zizi did not seem tired of it. She held on to Yan Chuan's arm happily. Miao ran over like a light bulb and jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Miao. The fish here is not good. I want to eat the East Sea dragon fish. Miao said angrily. Let's wait until we reach the celestial realm. It'll be soon. Zizi smiled. Miao Miao, haven't you remembered the past? You've already become an immortal. Yan Chuan asked curiously. No. It's just that my cultivation is higher and I have a better memory of spells. I can't remember anything else. Miao shook her head. Then forget it. Wait a little longer. Miao, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. I think it's pretty good now. Miao said, shaking its head. Yan Chuan and Zizi smiled. In the sealed realm. The 4 great armies of Great Zhen continued to reclaim their territory. From top to bottom, almost all the officials were quickly operating the machinery of Great Zhen. Everything was developing rapidly. More than 10 million talents had been recognized by Yan Chuan 5,000 years ago. They had gone to the celestial realm for nearly 1,000,000 years to gain experience. Now, whether it was administration, management, or statistics, they had been perfected. Governing the world was a piece of cake. In the past 10 years, according to Lu Buwei's statistics, Yan Chuan had given all kinds of rewards to the major families in the world. Some of those who had made outstanding contributions were even conferred the title of Viscount. Viscount, this was not the mortal world. Viscounts of Great Zhen had long become the envy of the people. The families that had been conferred the title all held banquets and celebrated. The families that had not been conferred the title could only be envious. But so what if they were envious? Only with effort would there be returns. Great Jin's aura quickly spread to the world. In the celestial realm. As the four great forces ascended one by one, they brought all kinds of news. Suddenly, the various forces outside the sealed realm were in an uproar. At this moment, there were 6 great forces outside the sealed realm. 3 great holy halls, 3 great dojo. There were also some cultivators from the celestial dynasty and the sacred lands who were ready to drink some leftovers. Great Chi Holy Hall. In a large hall. Great Chi Holy King and the officials were having a court meeting. The Sage King captured some ascended immortals, said Soul Sky. There's news. That Yan Chuan is leading more than 10 million people in seclusion. His will has entered the immortal world. In any case, this group of people is very strong now. Even Huyen Boyu couldn't withstand a single blow from Wang Jian. Great Chi Holy King nodded. I knew it. Ha, they returned with a strong force. It seems that the various forces in the lower realm are in trouble. Great Chi Holy King said with a smile. Yes, it's bad. The Thousand Confucian sect did not leave a single one alive. You should know that there were more than 1,000 immortals, but none of them escaped. Tian Yi said. More importantly, the Thousand Confucian sect's Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll was burned until it was incomplete. Another official said with a smile. Thousand Confucian sect, Heavenly Cycle Shu. Great Chi Holy King said in a deep voice. Yes, Sect Master Heavenly Cycle Shu is mad. This time, he brought his entire sect here. More than 100 million cultivators are all here. Tian Yi said in a deep voice. More than 100 million. The entire dojo is here. They said that they are here to avenge Huyen Boyu, but everyone can see that Yan Chuan has returned and is about to take the seal. Heavenly Cycle Shu is here to snatch the seal. Tian Yi said in a deep voice. That's right. There are 3 holy halls, 3 dojos, and 6 major forces in the Zhenlong Dominion. However, none of them are here like Heavenly Cycle Shu. His goal is too obvious. He just wants to snatch the seal. Earth 2 said. Holy King, I do not understand. Why is it that when we agreed to move the capital here, we are not moving anymore? Tian Yi asked curiously again. I have my own plans. Heavenly Cycle Shu. Ha, if he wants to clash with Yan Chuan, then let him. I also want to see what's so special about this Yan Chuan. Great Chi Holy King narrowed his eyes. Ah. The officials were surprised. Holy King, no matter how strong Great Zhen is, can it be stronger than the Thousand Confucian sect? They are here with their entire sect. Tian Yi said curiously. Thousand Confucian sect. Heavenly Cycle Shu. He is just lucky to have reached this step. He changed from studying to accumulating good karma. Now, he is creating the Thousand Confucian sect. His luck is soaring to the sky. This person is neither fish nor fowl. There is no need to fear him. Great Chi Holy King shook his head. However, even if we don't interfere, the other 2 holy halls and dojos might interfere. Tian Yi said worriedly. Then we will stop them. Great Chi Holy King said. What? Holy King, we are going to help Great Zhen. Why? An official exclaimed. Everyone looked at Great Chi Holy King. The Sage King of Daki shook his head and said, I've told you before that I came to this territory to take the seal of the Great Path and use it to move the world. I was asked to do all this by someone else. Everyone looked at Great Chi Holy King. My Rui Jingu Bang has a flaw, but that person helped me to perfect it. He saved my life. This time, when I went to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang, I mentioned Yan Chuan to him. I even showed him Yan Chuan's appearance. He actually said that Yan Chuan's first life was his old friend. His old friend? Of course, I need help. Great Qi Holy King said. Ah. Everyone was shocked. Do you know the Gongyang family? Great Qi Holy King asked. Yes, we know. The Gongyang family is a huge force in this world. They even control 2 holy halls and 3 dojos. After Gongyang Talyu's death, the Gongyang family received the news and did not blame us. Instead, they sent someone to serve us. Tian Yi said. Ha, the Gongyang family is not interested in me, Sun Wukong. They are interested in my benefactor. They just want us to build a bridge. Great Qi Holy King said coldly. Chapter 1125. Outside the sealed realm, various factions gathered. The 10,000 Confucian sect had arrived. Nearly 100 million cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. The sect master, Zhou Tianshu, and all the experts looked coldly at the sealed realm. At this moment, the various factions were staring at Zhou Tianshu. This was because Zhou Tianshu seemed to be too unruly, coming with the entire sect. And he had the nerve to say that he was only here to take revenge for Huyen Boyu. Naturally, Zhou Tianshu did not explain. Zhou Tianshu stood on a floating island and looked down at the land. Several people followed behind him. Sect Master, when will we enter this realm? One of them asked respectfully. Before Huyen Boyu died, he sent someone to deliver a message. In the past, Goddess Jichen once said that there were only 2 ways to pluck the Tao seal. The first was to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. The second was to gather all the providence or merit in the world. However, everyone overlooked something. Zhou Tianshu said sullenly. Oh. Everyone looked at Zhou Tianshu. In the past, there were various experts in the sealed realm. Saber Demon, Sword Demon, and Dugu Butian were all peerless experts. There were even ancestral immortals among them. Why did they fail to pluck the Tao seal and only great Zhou's Wujiong succeeded? Zhou Tianshu asked. Huh? Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. Aside from these 2 conditions, there is one more important condition. One has to be a native of this realm. Wujiong reincarnated so that he could be branded with this realm's Tao seal. Hence, our previous guesses were wrong. If outsiders entered, even if they unified the world, they would not be able to obtain the Tao seal, Zhou Tianshu said. Ah. Everyone was shocked. There are 10 Tao seals in the world. This is the last one. However, you all should have heard of the news of the Tao seal shattering. Once it shatters, it will be gone. Hence, unless it is absolutely necessary, no one dares to destroy the Tao seal and become the world's enemy. Dugu Butian and the others know the reason. However, no one wants to reincarnate. That is why it was delayed until today, Zhou Tianshu said. Then, what should we do? Wait. Wait for Yan Chuan to pluck the Tao seal. Then, we will set up the Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll Ritual Array, seize the Tao seal, and refine the world. Zhou Tianshu said. Yes. Everyone answered. Great Jin's training was extremely successful. It was a one-sided massacre. The 10 nations and 20 sects were invincible. In front of the 4 great armies, they were simply unable to withstand a single blow. In fact, the people of Dezhen were so popular that their political power was overturned before the war even started. The people overthrew the city lord's mansion, and the officials led the rebellion. For a moment, the 4 marshals of Great Zhen who were training their troops were speechless. One of the sects was completely empty by the time Feng Shao arrived with his army. The disciples had all fled, and the sect lord had fled. This made Feng Shao, who was preparing to train his troops, feel conflicted. The only ones who put up some resistance were the remaining 4 immortal world forces. At this moment, the four marshals didn't forcefully attack anymore. Instead, they slowly trained and moved. It was as if the two armies were evenly matched. The experts of the four great immortal realms were relieved when they saw this. Of course, the four great powers didn't know that De Zhen's four marshals were deliberately slowing down their attack. Wang Jian and the others were worried that if they attacked too fiercely, they would scare away the last training target. That was why he slowly trained his troops. Just like that, the two sides continued to engage in a tug-of-war. The battle reports were constantly sent to Yan capital. When Yan Chuan saw the battle reports, he instantly saw through the plans of Hu Guang and the others. He was also speechless. Pfft! ZZ laughed at the side. After so many years, this is the first time I've seen a team that is afraid of winning. ZZ laughed. Yan Chuan could only smile bitterly. Let them be. At the branch of the Great Chu Sacred Court, the battle reports were constantly coming in. A man in a luxurious robe was reading the battle reports. What? Did Wuyo City almost fail? Hu Guang's army has already entered the city. Victory is at hand. And then they were all scared away by our reinforcements? The man in the luxurious robe asked. Yes, our two cities finally didn't fail. A man in an official's robe said. Which reinforcements? So powerful. They forced Hu Guang's team away. The 5th squad of Qing Long's Yellow Rock camp. The man in the official's robe said. What? The 5th squad of Qing Long's Yellow Rock camp? What 5th squad? Why haven't I heard of it? How many people do they have? The man in the luxurious robe asked. 150. The man in the official's robe said. What? The man in the luxurious robe opened his eyes wide. 150 people. The man in the luxurious robe's face twitched. Are you sure you didn't say 10,000? No. The man in the official's robe said strangely. 150 people forced Hu Guang's army of 500,000 to leave. Are you kidding me? The man in the luxurious robe was about to jump up. Sir, that's the truth. The man in the official's robe also said strangely. The hall fell into silence. On the other side, Hu Guang looked at the general in front of him and his face twitched. General Wang, don't you think that you fought too fake this battle? Hu Guang said to the general in front of him. The general was about to cry. Marshal, I tried my best. Really, I tried my best to pretend that we couldn't take them. But there's no way to act. When two armies fight, they have to train. We trained for a while and killed a few thousand people, but the other side rebelled. They said that they were forced to, so they turned around and led the army into the city. Damn, the city gates opened wide and let us in to take the city. I didn't go in, and they killed the city lord themselves and sent the corpse to me. Marshal, I can't lose this battle. If not for the 150 enemy deserters accidentally exposing themselves, we wouldn't have been able to escape. The general cried. Hu Guang. I still remember the resentful eyes of the soldiers who killed the city lord when we left. Marshal, I tried my best. The general said anxiously. Hu Guang. In the central tent, the other generals held back their laughter. Several years later, in the Chu Sacred Court branch, the man in the luxurious robe looked at the countless contradictory battles around him and was about to break down. The large group of strategists in front of him also pulled out all their hair. That doesn't make sense. That's not right. How did they win this battle again? Am I thinking too much? Here, one person scared away Hu Guang's army. Is it the empty city strategy? That's not right. They've used the empty city strategy more than 10 times. How did they succeed every time? I understand. If we can't win in the future, we'll use the empty city strategy. The empty city strategy is invincible. It's the best strategy in the world. Sir, I've written a military strategy book. I'm going to present it to the Sage King. In all court battles, empty city is king. As long as we know the empty city strategy, we'll always win. Yes, we must tell the Sage King that Chu's unification of the Zhenlong Dominion is just around the corner. In future court battles, as long as the 4 city gates are opened, all the soldiers will hide in the city and will win. The man in the luxurious robe almost fell for the nonsense of the strategists. He had fought for so many years, but he had never seen such complicated battles. It was ridiculous. The tactician in front of him was even worse. Could I be wrong? The man in the luxurious robe frowned. Suddenly, the man in luxurious robes shuddered. He finally reacted. The war between the 2 dynasties had always been a matter of life and death. This was an eternal truth. But what if the truth changed? Thinking back to the celestial world, not to mention whether the Sage King's empty fort stratagem would succeed, even if it did, if the other party did not fall for it, it would all be over. Fuck, Huo Guang is playing with me. The man in the luxurious robe suddenly shouted in shock. How did we mess with you? The group of strategists asked in confusion. The man in the luxurious robe looked at the group of strategists whose intelligence had been severely lowered. He was speechless. The moment he reacted, the man in the luxurious robe immediately gathered all the immortals. Let's go, we can't stay in this world any longer. Let's ascend, immediately ascend. The man in luxurious robes was on the verge of collapse. My lord, why? We didn't lose. One of the generals shouted. The man in the luxurious robe. This is an order. Everyone, ascend and return to Great Chu. The man in the luxurious robe shouted. All right. Many generals were still unwilling to give up. Rumble. All the immortals flew away, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. In Huo Guang's main camp, the group of generals looked as if they were mourning. My lord, we can't play anymore. One of the generals said with a long face. Huo Guang suddenly smiled and said, What are you doing? What are you doing? All of you have long faces. We won the war, not lost. Don't make me feel bad with that expression. As the Great Chu branch ascended, the other 3 factions also realized what was going on. So, this was the reason why they had lost so much hair during this period of time. So, they had all been played. With shame and indignation, the experts of the 3 factions could only ascend with hatred. This humiliation, accompanied by hair loss, would be etched in their hearts. Several years of war. It was finally over. With the leaders of the 4 factions fleeing, Great Jin's army did not dawdle and quickly advanced toward the various cities. Among them, there were some hot-headed people who wanted to become emperor themselves, but Great Jin's army was no longer the same as before. They crushed everything in their path with irresistible force. In just a short year, the world returned to Great Jin's empire. All sorts of officials quickly arranged for the various cities to be quickly reorganized. The 4 marshals also returned to the imperial court. When they returned to the imperial court, no one had the nerve to ask for credit. If they still asked for credit, they would be ridiculed by the entire imperial court. The 4 marshals acted as if nothing had happened and looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. The examination of the world is over. A large number of talents have been selected, and millions of dragon veins have gathered in Xianyang. Next, prepare to transcend the tribulation. After transcending the tribulation, I will pluck the Tao seal and officially enter the immortal world. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials shouted excitedly. Transcending the tribulation. Becoming an immortal. Actually, everyone had long thought about it, but the emperor did not give the order. Over the years, almost all the spirit stones in the world had been supplied. Great Jin issued debt notes as currency and would compensate the people when they reached the immortal world. Now that they were transcending the tribulation, everyone understood that it would be an extremely grand scene. The emperor had decreed that they would transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. Chapter 1126. Xianyang, Skyward Palace Square. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian and the other Julu Academy members. Mr. Meng, everyone, all of you have helped the Great Jin up until now. I am very grateful. Are you all really unwilling? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals smiled bitterly. Great Jin is strong, and we all know that. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If not for the legacy, we would definitely be willing to stay in Great Jin, but... Yen Di, we are all disciples of the Julu Academy. Please grant us our wish, Yen Di. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and said, why would I stop all of you from doing what you want? After this battle, the world is yours to roam. At the same time, the doors of Great Jin will always be open to you. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Yen Di. Yan Chuan nodded and looked around. Those who have undergone 19 heavenly tribulations will undergo together. Yan Chuan shouted. Yan Chuan's voice, along with the golden dragon of providence, reverberated throughout the world and into the ears of countless experts. Roar! Loud roars came from all over the world. Not in Xianyang, but in various places across the 5 divine continents. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in all directions, covering the sky and the earth. In an instant, the skies of the 5 divine continents darkened. Rumble! Thunder and lightning flashed in all directions. Amidst the lightning, one could vaguely see a lightning dragon swimming with its towering body. Looking up, it was like a vast dragon lake, densely packed with lightning dragons. The heavenly might was unparalleled. Countless cities around the world were covered with arrays to prevent the aftershocks. 5 million people. 19 heavenly tribulations. Yen Di, what a grand scene! Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Rumble! One after another, lightning dragons descended from all directions. From afar, the entire world was in chaos because of the heavenly might. Grand scene. Yan Chuan smiled. This was just the beginning. The heavenly immortal tribulation for 5 million people. The entire sealed realm became restless as a storm wreaked havoc. There was even a faint ripple in space. Outside the sealed world, the various major powers were waiting. Suddenly, the void outside the sealed world trembled and a storm swept out in all directions. What happened? The sealed realm is about to be broken. Inform the sect leader. Inform the sage king. Quick, quick, quick. Outside the sealed world, chaos immediately ensued. There was no need for a report. Soon, the leaders of various factions arrived. Boom! Boom! Experts arrived, bringing with them waves of strong winds. They stood on tall mountains in all directions. The most focal point was the summits of the 6 mountain peaks. The 3 great saint kings, the 3 great sect masters, and then there were a few saint lords, saint masters, and so on. However, in front of these 6 great elites, everything else paled in comparison. Is it starting? Sun Wukong, the sage king of Daki, said excitedly. In the distance, the 10,000 Confucian sect's sect master, Zhou Tianshu, narrowed his eyes. He stared fixedly at the swaying void. The other 4 did the same. After watching for a while, the 6 great elites exchanged glances. Clearly, they were all competitors. Zhou Tianshu looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Seeing Sun Wukong smile, Zhou Tianshu took a deep breath and nodded. Clearly, to see Yan Chuan's ability, Sun Wukong had already informed Zhou Tianshu. Zhou Tianshu helped Sun Wukong stop the others. Rumble. The void trembled, and a storm swept out in all directions. What is this? It doesn't seem to be a Dao seal, one of the elites said with a frown. Oh. Great Chu Sage King, why do you say that? Zhou Tianshu asked. It's tribulation chi, the aura of a heavenly tribulation. Someone is undergoing a tribulation? The Great Chu Sage King asked. Ha! Undergoing a tribulation? I've never heard of a mortal undergoing a tribulation that could affect our world from the sealed world. Zhou Tianshu clearly did not believe it. The others were skeptical. The Great Chu Sacred King did not explain further. He just stared at them. Undergoing a tribulation. The sealed world was indeed undergoing a tribulation. 5 million people and 19 heavenly tribulations. This tribulation was too powerful. It even affected the celestial realm. However, it seemed like this was not the end. Even the weakest person in Great Zhen had only undergone 19 heavenly tribulations. Moreover, it was more than enough. The power of birth charts was too powerful. The sky was gray and overcast. The 19 heavenly tribulations ended one after another. Great Zhen had gained 5 million heaven immortals. The 11 heavenly tribulations will be overcome together. Yan Chuan shouted. Roar! Everyone in the world shouted in unison, 11 heavenly tribulations. Meng Lingtian and the others felt bitter. They had never heard of it before, but they could understand. What did 11 heavenly tribulations mean? After transcending the tribulation, one would become a great immortal. A great immortal. Yan Di, how many people will undergo this tribulation? Meng Lingtian asked curiously. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian before he turned to Lu Bue. Lu Bue nodded and said, Your Majesty, a total of 5,414 people will undergo the 11 heavenly tribulations. Meng Lingtian. The Immortals of the Julu Academy. The Immortals of the Julu Academy were petrified. Rumble. The overcast sky suddenly darkened. Previously, the dark clouds covered the sky. However, there were still gaps in the clouds that allowed sunlight to shine through. Now, the gaps were completely filled. The only thing that could be seen was the light of lightning. Roar! In the dark clouds, huge dragons were cruising around. Their eyes were blind, but their bodies were 100 times larger than the thunder dragon from the 19th heavenly tribulation. Arg! 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 The lightning dragons roared. The shaking of the void was 10 times more intense than before. Buzz! The void shook, the earth shook, and countless mountains collapsed. More than 5 million people in the world were undergoing the great celestial tribulation at the same time. The scene was several times larger than before. Roar! Roar! 10,000 lightning dragons roared in unison. It was as if the heavenly river had collapsed. The lightning condensed into a liquid river and rushed toward countless people who were undergoing the tribulation. The world lit up. Streaks of lightning fell from the sky like waterfalls. Meng Lingtian looked at this doomsday-like scene and was completely dumbfounded. Outside the sealed realm. Rumble. In a huge area outside the sealed realm, the space suddenly shook violently. Waves of powerful shockwaves sent those with lower cultivation levels flying. The clothes of the powerful cultivators of the major factions rustled under the impact. Whoosh! Heaven and earth essence chi surged from all directions into the sealed realm, accompanied by arcs of lightning. The cultivators with low cultivation levels retreated again and again. What's going on? An expert said in surprise. It's a tribulation. The Great Chu Sacred King shouted. Tribulation? Was this a tribulation? How was it possible? Zhou Tianshu looked at this scene in disbelief. No one had ever undergone such an exaggerated tribulation. It almost caused the entire realm to collapse. Impossible! Zhou Tianshu shouted. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Benefactor's old friend? It's indeed extraordinary. Sun Wukong exclaimed. The powerful cultivators around were increasingly curious about everything in the sealed realm. However, the sealed realm had been unified and their subordinates had all withdrawn. No one knew what was going on inside. Rumble. Outside the sealed world, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cultivators retreated again and again, their eyes filled with curiosity. It must be a tribulation. The great Chu's sacred king emphasized again. Many people began to believe it when they saw the arcs of lightning appear. However, no one could imagine what was going on inside. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation was like a surging river and a waterfall, baptizing all directions. The entire world was dyed black. The 11/9 heavenly tribulation was still going on. On this day, the people of the world would never forget this scene. 5,000 years ago, those who weren't chosen later became immortals one after another. Initially, they didn't think much of the opportunity 5,000 years ago. But now that they saw it, they realized how important the opportunity 5,000 years ago was. The 11/9 heavenly tribulation was still going on. Yan Chuan said again, except for Feng Yinyang, everyone else, begin the 12/9 heavenly tribulation. Yes, your majesty. Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, Yin Hentian, Lu Gang, Feng, Li Si, Lu Buwei, Feng Shao, Hua Guang, Tan Lang, and the others answered. Even ZZ had begun the heavenly tribulation. Feng Yinyang was wrapped in a black robe and stood beside Yan Chuan. The other powerhouses quickly flew out of Xianyang with the ministers and the remaining elite troops, flying in all directions. The 12/9 heavenly tribulation. Meng Lingtian felt his heart being squeezed. The shock of a lifetime could not compare to that day. Seclusion. Yan Chuan had been in seclusion for the past 5,000 years. Fuck. The immortals of the Julu Academy were all envious. The 11/9 heavenly tribulation was to become an immortal. The 12/9 heavenly tribulation was to become an ancient immortal. An ancient immortal? Ancestral immortals were the strongest immortals in the world. Even the Lotus God was an ancestral immortal. Below the ancestral immortals were the ancient immortals. Yama Emperor. You and Feng Yinyang won't be undergoing the 13/9 heavenly tribulation, will you? Meng Lingtian asked, looking like he was about to break down. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian and shook his head. The 13/9 heavenly tribulation. No, I haven't fully comprehended it in the world. I can't do it yet. Meng Lingtian and the others sighed. Fortunately, if the cultivators of the immortal world knew that they were going to be ancestral immortals, they might as well kill themselves with a piece of tofu. Then what about you and Feng Yinyang? Meng Lingtian asked, puzzled. Feng Yinyang and I are a little special, but we are both ancient immortals. Also, don't call him Feng Yinyang after the heavenly tribulation. His name is Gue Guzi. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Gue Guzi. Meng Lingtian and the others looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang nodded. At this moment, Meng Lingtian realized that Feng Yinyang was a little unusual. He seemed to be more mature and dignified than he was 5,000 years ago. It was a very transcendental aura. There was a sense of mystery. While everyone was talking, the 12/9 heavenly tribulation began. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and in an instant, they were all filled with lightning. The sky was bright as if the sun was crashing down, and a soul-shaking aura pressed down on their hearts. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.